GSR 21, the Regional Regulatory Roundtable for Europe and Africa. I will be co-facilitating this opening session with my colleague, Mr. Yaroslav Ponda, the head of the ITU Office for Europe. But first, I would like to call on our technical moderator, Ms. Eugenia, to guide us through the use of the platform we are using today. Eugenia, please.
Thank you so much. Hello, dear participants. Thank you for joining. Before starting the meeting, I would like to give some instructions on the Zoom platform and the meeting. The meeting is entirely remote. The audience is kindly asked to keep their camera and microphone switched off to minimize bandwidth apart from when taking the floor. Please rename yourselves and add the represented member state, sector member, or academia before your name. To do so, please right-click on your name in the list of participants. The moderator of each session will recognize the speakers and will give you floor when the turn comes. Delegates are invited to use chat for any questions or comments. Moderators will be monitoring and any comment may be read out if time allows. You can view and activate the captioning by clicking on live transcript in the bottom bar of the Zoom interface. Captioning may also be followed on a separate browser using this link. The meeting also benefits of English-French interpretation. Please select your preferred language from the bottom bar of the Zoom interface. The meeting is being webcast live and live streamed on ITU's YouTube account and Twitter accounts. The recording will be available on the website around 24 hours after the event. Every effort is being made to facilitate the smooth flow of this meeting. Thank you for your cooperation, and I wish you a good meeting.
Thank you very much, technical moderator, and welcome also from the ITU Office for Europe. And ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to kick off with the opening ceremony of this important event and to invite our Director of the Telecommunication Development Bureau, Doreen Bogdan, to deliver the first opening statement. Madam Bogdan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Yaroslav. Excellencies, Madam Mercy Wanjao, the Acting Director General of the Communications Authority of Kenya, Ambassador Thomas Wagner, the Deputy Permanent Representative of the EU Delegation in Geneva, Mr. Lassina Kone, the Director General of Smart Africa, representatives of the African Union, the African Telecommunications Union. I recognize the Secretary General who's with us, John Omo, BEREC, other regional associations, and heads of the national regulatory authorities. So good morning, good afternoon, maybe good evening to some. It's a pleasure to welcome you to this ITU GSR Plus, a regional regulatory roundtable for Europe and for Africa. Today's session is the first. We're really excited. It's the first in a series of regional regulatory roundtables organized by the ITU in the run-up to the 21st Global Symposium for Regulators that will be held during the week of the 21st of June. With our WTDC on the horizon, and of course the global pandemic continuing to reinforce the urgency of connecting the 3.7 billion that are still unconnected, we decided to hold a joint roundtable for Europe and Africa, not only to identify important regional trends and challenges, but also to discuss opportunities to stimulate greater cross-regional collaboration and partnerships in the field of digital regulation. Europe and Africa are both very diverse continents and have dramatically varying levels of connectivity between the countries that comprise each region, as well as between the urbanized and the rural areas. But as digital transformation advances across the 90 countries that make up these two regions, there are also many common challenges that arise when it comes to optimizing regulation to foster thriving markets for digital goods and services, And as these challenges increasingly span our national and regional borders, it does make sense for us to work together, to share experiences and to find common solutions. In Europe, ITU estimates that some 89 million people remain unconnected, and in Africa, that figure is almost 10 times higher, with the staggering 800 million people that are still totally offline. So how do we connect the unconnected, and where do those investment dollars come from? Those investment dollars that we need to connect the unconnected communities. Well, according to the ITU's Connecting Humanity study, the investment needed to bring an additional 3 billion people online by 2030, that will exceed 33 billion for Europe and Central Asia, and 97 billion for Sub-Saharan Africa. And huge as they are, those figures don't even factor in the fully fledged rollout of 5G across regions as and when this becomes necessary or possible. So yes, this challenge is formidable, but the risks of failing to act are even more so. And in our pandemic-struck economies, the digital divide is not just highlighting growing inequalities, it's actually exacerbating them. As the world moves towards digital to bolster resilience against future crises, without that access, people will increasingly be left behind. But being more optimistic, if I may, our research also confirms that ICTs can be powerful engines of sustainable growth. And with an increase of 10% in mobile broadband penetration, that would yield an overall per capita GDP increase of 2.1% in Europe. And that broadband boost is even higher in Africa, with a 10% increase in mobile broadband, translating into an estimated 2.5% rise in per capita GDP. Ladies and gentlemen, for more than 20 years, the ITU's Global Symposium for Regulators has focused on helping countries to optimize their regulatory strategies to drive faster and more inclusive growth in connectivity. Fit for purpose regulation plays that crucial role in unlocking investment and contributing to overall economic growth. We have seen that in our new econometric modeling that has just come out, that it indicates a 10% increase in ITU's ICT regulatory tracker yields a positive increase in our digital ecosystem development index in both regions. And while Europe is on a steady path towards implementing fit for purpose regulation, many African countries still face challenges when it comes to creating that enabling environment for digital development. And though regulatory frameworks in Africa have evolved incredibly over the past 10 years, and the strong growth now exhibited in many African markets speaks to a continent that is transitioning fast, that recognizes the powerful transformative potential of technology for development, and that is ready to embrace bold new approaches to drive growth. Today's roundtable seeks to further grow that digital bridge between Europe and Africa and to foster closer cross-regional collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, ITU is playing an active role in the process of promoting fit-for-purpose regulation by building capacity at the global level, by mobilizing resources at the country level, and also by facilitating partnership building within and across regions. PRIDA, which is the Policy and Regulation Initiative for Digital Africa, I think is a perfect example of the important and successful work that was carried out and is continuing to be carried out by the African Union, the European Commission, and the ITU. PRIDA is promoting efficient and harmonized spectrum, as well as the harmonized digital policy, legal, and regulatory frameworks, and also focusing on global internet governance issues as well. and to enhance African stakeholder participation in that debate. I do want to take a moment to thank my colleagues from the African Union and the European Commission for their constructive collaboration, as well as their commitment to this important initiative. And while PRITA is focusing on the positive impact on regulatory policy, we do have a number of other initiatives that I just want to mention very briefly. We have the GovStack initiative that's facilitating the digitization of government services, the Health Knowledge and Innovation Hub. We have our guidelines on ICT infrastructure mapping, and those are just a few examples, as well as our case studies on 5th generation regulation, and you're going to hear more about those case studies later today. Ladies and gentlemen, COVID has hit all of us hard in Europe, Africa, and of course globally, but by underscoring our interconnectedness and our vital need to collaborate, I think it has also opened our minds to new opportunities. And building stronger digital connections between our two continents, we see that as a win-win strategy. A win-win strategy that will drive growth, that will boost resiliency, that will improve livelihoods, and that will also help us deliver on the SDGs and the 2030 agenda. Today's discussions will feed into the GSR, as I mentioned, coming up later in June. And of course, they will also feed into the ITU's World Telecommunications Development Conference that is planned in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. And with connectivity now at the top of global agendas, we believe we have an unprecedented opportunity before us to use the WTDC to dramatically redraw the roadmap for digital cooperation. Let me conclude by announcing my colleague and longtime friend, Madam Mercy Wanzhou, Acting Director General of the Communications Authority of the GSR. Mercy will be assuming the role of the GSR Chair 2021. Congratulations, Mercy. We are really excited to have you in that role. I have worked with you for many, many years, going back to the ICT regulation toolkits. And I really look forward to working more closely with you in the coming weeks and months ahead. I do want to thank also the African Union, the European Commission, ATU, BEREC, CEPT, the Eastern Partnership, EMERG, for really working so constructively alongside with us in the implementation of the ITU regional initiatives for both Europe and for Africa. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us today. I'm really excited for the discussions and look forward to strengthened and further collaboration. And with that, I conclude and hand back to you, Yaroslav. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doreen. And allow me to echo your congratulations to Madame Mercy Wanzhou for assuming the chair. And it is now my great pleasure to invite the Acting Director General of the Communications Authority of Kenya, Madame Mercy Wanzhou, to deliver her speech.
Excellencies, Madame Doreen Bogdan Martin, Director, Telecommunications Development Bureau, Mr. Yaroslav Ponda, Head of ITU Office for Europe, Mr. Andrew Rujeje, Director of ITU Regional Office for Africa, the European Commission, the Body of European Regulators for Electronic Communications, BEREC, the African Union, Mr. John Omo, Secretary General, African Telecommunication Union, heads of regulators, distinguished speakers, guests from Europe and Africa. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It's a real pleasure for me to join you all at this Regional Regulatory Roundtable for Europe and Africa, that seeks to engender discussions on issues that are pertinent to the two regions and the overall objectives of both the GSR and the ITU community at large. I wish from the outset to express my sincere gratitude to Madame Doreen Bogdan-Martin, the BDT Director, and the ITU for according Kenya the opportunity to chair the GSR 21. This is a gesture that we consider both a profound honor and a privilege. I'm particularly pleased that we will continue with the new format launched last year, where the GSR 21 program will be a series of interconnected regional environments. These events will allow us to discuss regional regulatory perspectives, challenges, and innovative solutions in the lead up to the core global sessions that will be held later in June. This new virtual format will also increase the inclusion and participation of the regional community as a whole in critical discussions that have made GSR a very important platform. I therefore look forward to the contribution of the African and European regions at this first event. I'm very much pleased that we are kicking off this series of regional regulatory roundtables with the one focusing on Europe and Asia. In February 2020, on the occasion of the launch of the AU-EU partnership, both sides agreed that the digital transformation would be at the center of future cooperation. The entry into force of the African Continental Free Trade Area, AfCFTA, on 1st of January 2021 is momentous as it brings to the continent lots of potential. Going into numbers, if I may, Africa has a population of approximately 1.3 billion people, thereby presenting the possibility of generating economic activity. It is evident that ICTs can be very much utilized in economic recovery through e-commerce and strong trade collaboration and the potential to create a single digital market. The African Union has set the target to mobilize $20 billion in digital investments by 2025 and to create an African digital single market and many more. There is no doubt that regulatory frameworks that are fit for purpose, as Madame Doreen mentioned, are an important prerequisite for success for digital transformation, and the experiences from Europe will definitely be of high value in this context. I must say that this roundtable is a very timely event to take place at a challenging time globally. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Africa's regulatory market is evolving in other region in the world. I note that today, 64% of the countries in the African region have either a national overarching policy or an ICT master plan, up from less than 40% 5 years ago. What a leap. This is data according to the ITU's latest Digital Trends in Africa report. In Kenya, our vision as stated in the Digital Economy Blueprint is that we must achieve a digitally empowered citizenry living in a digitally enabled society. This onus is therefore on us as policymakers, as regulators, to work closely with all stakeholders towards fulfilling the mission of a nation where every citizen, every enterprise and organization has digital access and the capability to participate and thrive in the digital economy. Our revised national ICT policy mirrors the technological trends and dynamics to ensure that Kenyans harness the full potential of ICTs. It puts ICT at the center of national development through targeted objectives to provide affordable internet and devices, boost digital skills, encourage innovation, and improve public service delivery. It has further instigated institutional and regulatory reforms to align the strategic policy focus. With the right regulatory policies in Africa, I believe that Africa will create certainty, it will build economies of scale, and attract massive infrastructure investment. This is good news for the over 70% of Africans who are still not using the internet due to a lack of affordability, accessibility, and the requisite digital skills. I would like to echo the discussions in the February African Review meeting, the ARM, for least developed countries, organized by the Office of the High Representative for the Least Developed Countries, landlocked developing countries, and small island developing states. The majority of LDCs are from Africa. Actually, 33 of them are from Africa. And as such, we need to be cognizant of the need for individualized approaches in digitization of LDCs, and that not all countries are at the same level of maturity. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the GSR continues to provide regulators world over with a platform to share experiences on best practices that can help countries leverage the immense possibilities that ICTs present to all of us. I have had the honor of participating in GSR meetings for some time now, and through the insights gained over time, I am confident that we are on the right path to fostering an enabling environment for the growth of ICTs. I truly believe in the importance of GSR now more than ever, as we ICT regulators face numerous challenges in view of the pressure of the pandemic and the need for responses and the challenge of connecting and giving access to all. The changes during this year, occasioned by the outbreak and the continued spread of COVID-19, have truly brought our community together, and we have had the opportunity to explore new and flexible regulatory approaches to accelerate the inclusive growth of ICTs. Indeed, the ongoing COVID-19 crisis has magnified the importance of inclusive access to the internet for a range of issues, including health, education, and the economy. It is therefore important for us to realize that digital technologies will continue being at the core of people's lives today and beyond the COVID-19 pandemic. But we also know that the key to realize this ambition is not simply coverage. It is also about affordability. It's about skills. It's also about the availability of relevant content. This is why this year's theme is spot on: regulation for digital transformation, accelerating inclusive connectivity, access, and use. We all agree that the COVID-19 crisis is like no other, especially with regard to its impact and the sense of urgency it has created for societies to adapt and adapt quickly. For instance, while the adoption of new technologies usually takes time to become a lifestyle change, COVID-19 has accelerated this change in ways never before imagined. In Kenya, like in many countries, the advancement of digital technologies helped transformation at many levels. It increased financial inclusion. It increased access to trade services. It has also increased access to justice through the online platform. Indeed, digitally, we have seen this. These technologies offer various means to cope with different natural disasters and emergencies, as was the case when it comes to providing essential public services during the current pandemic. Research shows that regulators around the world have worked hard to ensure for delivery of education and mandated platforms or to the release of verified health information. With regards to accelerating inclusive connectivity, access, and use, we know that there are still pockets that lack basic communication services, despite the rapid growth of the sector in Kenya. This is largely due to geographic isolation, low population density, and low disposable incomes, among others. And that is why we have accelerated our universal access projects in this season to ensure that as much as possible, no one is left behind. The first phase of the project connected over 70 sublocations covering over 330,000 people spread across 15 counties in Kenya. As part of the second phase of the Voice Infrastructure and Services project, we envisage increased mobile service and broadband connectivity and, in effect, open new possibilities to citizens in the beneficiary areas. The project is being implemented through the Universal Service Fund that is part of the wider government's effort to ensure that all Kenyan citizens have access to modern and high-quality communication services. This is probably food for thought in these discussions that we will be having. Today's sessions on unlocking investment, collaborative regulation, regional cooperation are very much aligned with this year's theme and will provide crucial insights and inputs towards our global sessions in June. I am certain that we will make progress and together make this regional regulatory round
of the GSR. We are looking forward towards your leadership during this very important process for the international, but also interregional cooperation. And we have a great pleasure to be joined today by the two distinguished speakers and representatives of both regions of Europe and Africa. And let me turn first to our first distinguished speaker from European Union, Ambassador Thomas Wagner. The floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, and dear Ms. Bogdan, dear Ms. Wanjau, congratulations to you, Madam Wanjau, for your appointment. Thank you both very much for your kind invitation to speak at this regional regulatory roundtable for Europe and Africa. It's a pleasure to be here and to see so many participants representing such a variety of stakeholders. Dear regulators, colleagues, friends, as you probably know, upon assuming office, EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen pledged to lead a more geopolitical Commission and called for a new comprehensive strategy with Africa. There is no need to dwell here on the reasons behind the EU's call for a new political alliance between the two sides of the Mediterranean, as our history and destinies are so much interlinked. Only together we will face our key common challenges, such as to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Some are quite generic, from the need to accelerate economic and social development and reverse climate change. Others are more specific to our bilateral relations, like the challenge of addressing migration flows and forced displacements, all the way to the need to combat violent extremism. But bridging the digital divide and promoting connectivity in Africa is at the core of this new partnership, as affordable and inclusive connectivity can help unlock the huge economic, innovation, but also cultural potential of the African continent. And the two previous speakers very rightly highlighted how important it is now to act fast, as the COVID pandemic has shown how crucial interconnectivity and the digital issues are to build back better our world. So the good news is that in spite of the postponement of the EU-AU summit initially planned in October 2020 due to the pandemic, we are already working together in making digital connectivity an engine of Africa's sustainable development. This is why, as EU, we support and welcome very much the objective of today's forum of fostering increased interregional collaboration between Europe and Africa in the field of regulation in the digital domain. Let me say a few words first on how our approach to digital cooperation with Africa builds on EU's recent policy developments. As most of you are certainly aware, the digital agenda has become, together with the Green Deal, one of the two main pillars of our European agenda, both domestically and in terms of international cooperation. I could probably point to the 2015 Commission Digital Single Market Strategy as a milestone, with the aim of achieving the EU's 4 freedoms, the free movement of goods, capital, services, and labor in the online world. The DSM strategy was built on 3 pillars: better access to digital goods and services across Europe, creating the conditions and a level playing field for digital networks and innovative services to flourish, and lastly, to maximizing the growth potential of the digital economy. The current EU Commission has come with an unprecedented level of ambition when it comes to the digital transformation of Europe. The EU today aims at empowering citizens and businesses, ensuring the security and resilience of digital ecosystems and supply chains. Just a month ago, on 9 March 2021, the Commission articulated its proposal for the EU's concrete digital ambitions for 2030 through a communication. And this text does not only define ambitious domestic targets for the EU, but underlines, and I think it's important in the context of today's discussions, the EU's desire to promote on a global level the values, the very important values of inclusiveness, equality, prosperity, respect of fundamental rights, and sustainability, which previous speakers also insisted on. Indeed, as we have often underlined here at ITU in the context of standard elaboration, and as illustrated by the groundbreaking GDPR regulation back in 2016, I would like to insist on the fact that the EU stands for a value-based and human-centric approach to digital affairs, leading to an inclusive and fair digital transformation. This includes the promotion of the respect of human rights in an open, safe, and free internet, and the promotion of democratic principle and transparency in the use of digital technologies. In other words, ensuring that offline rules and principles are effectively also applied online. Those are principles which translate in our external digital policy all across, from how we see and support the UN Secretary General's roadmap on digital cooperation, all the way to our vision of digital cooperation with Africa. Let me now take 3 examples of how those principles translate into concrete cooperation with our friends and partners in Africa. First, I would like, of course, to underline the ongoing pioneering PRIDA project, funded by the EU since 2017. I'm very pleased that Ms. Suhila Amazuz, who is the PRIDA program manager from the African Union Commission, is here today and will have a chance to go more in details. PRIDA, with over 8 million euros budget, is indeed implemented by the African Union Commission and by ITU, and is focusing on upstream preparedness for African countries to foster universally accessible and affordable broadband services across the continent to unlock future benefits of internet-based services. Its specific objective is to create a more harmonized and enabling legal and regulatory framework for the use of ICT for social and economic development, with an emphasis on boosting the spectrum market across Africa. The work of PRIDA is organized around 3 outputs or tracks, which I would very shortly recall here. First, radio spectrum management, implemented by the ITU. Second, harmonization of policies and regulations. And finally, third, internet governance, focusing on the creation of an enabling environment implemented by the African Union Commission with the support of a technical assistance. I should also indicate that since 2020, PRIDA has initiated an initiative to enhance the cooperation between the 4 African regional associations of telecommunication regulators and the body of European regulators for electronic communications, represented here today by their respective chairs. Second, I would like to underline that starting this year under the new EU budget, and especially under our new cooperation instrument, we are opening a new phase of bilateral programming worldwide, and particularly in Africa in the post-Cotonou context. In this new phase, digital has become a cross-cutting priority through our Digital for Development policy. This new policy has 4 main pillars. First, governance. Second, skills. Second, connectivity, excuse me. Third, skills. And 4, e-services for public and private, including e-governance. Africa hosts key priorities countries for EU cooperation in the digital domain. And today, I'm glad to say that we foresee to work on policy and regulation, as well as e-governance related topics in at least half of our partner countries in Africa in the next years on a bilateral basis. Besides this main bilateral cooperation track, work is underway to develop cooperation on policy and regulation on a regional level. Third, and this is also a major innovation, I would like to say a few words about how we are inaugurating a whole of EU approach between the EU and its member states, the EU industry, civil society, and other stakeholders. This vision is operationalized through the recently launched Digital Force Development Hub, which has the ambition of becoming a multi-stakeholder platform for digital partnerships with 3 regional branches in Africa, Asia, the Pacific, and Latin America and the Caribbean. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate my deep appreciation to ITU and to the Global Regulators Symposium for your invitation, and strongly reiterate EU's commitment to the EU-AU cooperation policy as a key instrument to reap the benefits of the digital transformation in a fair and inclusive way. Thank you for today's participation, and I'm really looking forward to the interesting discussions coming ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Ambassador Thomas Wagner, for your comments. And let me put on my other hat as Regional Director for Africa of the ITU to thank you for your collaboration, a lot of which you've just mentioned. It is now my singular honor and privilege to invite my friend and strategic partner of the ITU, Mr. Lassina Kone, Director General of Smart Africa, to deliver his keynote. Lassina, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, dear brother, for inviting me. Madam Doreen Bogdan Martin and Mrs. Mercy Wanjao, Your Excellency Ambassador Thomas Wagner, distinguished and ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. It is my honor to be here today to share with you on these very important topics on regulations for digital transformations. There could not be a better time, actually, than now, as we gradually go back to the new normal to discuss about how regulation can accelerate inclusive connectivity, access, and use. In Africa, our regulators have understood and embraced the need to move towards agile regulations for sustainable digital transformations. That being said, there are specific issues that need a revolutionary change and the change of mindset in order for us to achieve a full digital transformations, particularly if we are to meet the SDG by connecting the unconnected by 2030. With only 24% of the continent connected to the internet, according to the recent ITU 2020 report, we also realized, the yawning 49% users gap, majorly, due to the lack of affordability of the service and associated services. Last month, during a Smart Africa Council of African Regulator meeting, one of the main discussion was centered on how regulators can support development of sustainable financing model for the deployment and operations of digital infrastructure to meet the SDG by 2030, because 2030 is only 9 years from now. Some of the suggestions included the appropriate and the judicious use of the existing Universal Service Fund, which is the USF, we all know. And point B was like, for example, broadening the funding contribution to include other stakeholders that benefit from the digital ecosystem to contribute towards the building digital connectivity infrastructure, particularly in the area that are considered not investment attractive, for example, the rural communities. The third example was in-kind contributions from the national and the local government authority towards the reduction of capital and operational expenditure of the deployment of digital connectivity infrastructure, an example of which, for example, low frequency fees payments and services deployments in rural community. Alternatively, the fee can be reduced and not prepaid in bulk for several years, not yet in operations. Another example could be it reduce in electricity tariff or reduce site and right-of-the-way permit fee, or tax holiday, as a matter of fact, for deployment of services in rural community. It is very important that we take very practical steps in ensuring true, inclusive, and accessible and meaningful connectivity for our people and beyond the affordability and financing problem. We also understand that the need for the provision of relevant and relatable content in the local language and basic literacy skills for our citizens are also important. And that's why we created the Smart Africa Digital Academy in 2020, which so far has trained over 300 decision makers from 21 countries. And the SADA is actually to focus on creating digital awareness, developing 21st century skills, creating demands and demand-driven skills, and stimulating wage increase, as well as capacitating our regulators to be agile and keep up with emerging technology. Allow me here to also commend the ITU and the UNICEF on the GIGA project, which is a practical steps in ensuring true inclusivity by connecting every school in the world to the internet. On our side, I wish to reiterate our commitment and support this project on the African continent. At the end, I would like to congratulate Mrs. Wanjo Mercy for her appointment as a chairperson for the GSR 2021. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention, and I wish you a fruitful meeting today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lassina, and thank you for your compliments to Doreen on the initiatives. I would like to ask now for everyone to please turn on their cameras, widen their smiles, and let us take a family picture in commemoration. Our technical people, please let us know when this has been done so that we can proceed.
Yeah, 1 second. Your big smile. Then I do this. Okay, one more time. Okay. Okay, great. It's done. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I would now like straight away, we are 15 minutes behind time, so I would like to right away invite Mrs. Sophie Maddens to introduce the first session on exploring regional perspectives on regulation for digital transformation, accelerating inclusive connectivity, access, and use. Sophie, please.
Thank you very much, Andrew, and thank you, Yaroslav, and thank you, Doreen and Mercy and Excellencies, for the excellent introductory statements. Very, very inspiring, and very excited at kicking off this GSR Plus program, GSR 21. As we look towards our regional perspectives, I wanted to highlight one paragraph from the chair's words and from Doreen's words. Indeed, we will continue with the new format launched last year, a series of interconnected regional and virtual events, because not only will it allow us to discuss the regional perspectives, but also to listen to the voices from the region, from the regulatory community, and bring those challenges and innovative solutions in the lead up to our core sessions later in June, from the 21st to the 25th of June. We really, really want to increase the inclusion and participation of the regulatory community, and especially the regional regulatory organizations and regulatory bodies. So I really, really look forward to this panel, to the contribution of the panelists from both the African and the European regions, as well as representatives from the private sector. So I will be a strict moderator. So please look out for my red and my yellow, because I really want to make sure that we manage to get all the questions in and that we then manage to hand over for a short lunch break and coffee break. Panelists today include my dear friend John Omo, Secretary General of the African Telecommunication Union, Mr. Alexander Zivotowski, the EAPA Greg Chair of 2021, so the Eastern Partnership and Chairman of the National Commission for the State Regulation of Communications and Information of Ukraine, Mr. Ali Al-Haji, Permanent Secretary of ARTAC, Mr. Ali Yahya Simba, the Executive Secretary of the East African Communications Organization, IACO, Ms. Annemarie Sipkes, BEREC Chair for 2022 and Director of Telecoms, Transport and Postal Services Department at the Netherlands Authority for Consumers and Markets, ACM, Mr. João Cadete Matos, EMERC Chair for 2021 and Chair of ANACOM Portugal, and of course, our private sector representatives, Ms. Lisa Fur, Director General of ETNO, Mr. Akinwale Goodluck, Head of Sub-Saharan Africa of GSMA, and Ms. Arti Holla Maini, Secretary General, EMEA Satellite Operators Association, ESOA. So I'm not going to take any more time, but I'm going to address the first question first to the regional regulatory organizations and regulatory bodies. So John Omo, what are the top priorities for Regulatory Association in its dialogue with members to accelerate inclusive connectivity? Is it building capacity, issuing recommendations and guidelines on policy and regulatory matters, building skills, like we heard from Ambassador Wagner? John, you have 3 minutes. John, you're on mute. Can our technical colleagues help us?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for unmuting me. My name is John Omo. I work for the African Telecommunications Union, and pleasure to be here and to see familiar faces. I think the keynote speakers have raised a number of issues in terms of the challenges with regard to digital transformation in Africa, and I want to sit on those. I think the challenge that regulatory associations face in Africa relates to a harmonization of various policies and legislation, regulatory practices to ensure that services, telecommunications services, a lot of ICT services have no borders, and to ensure that there's the ability of cross-border flow of information, whether interconnection between two networks across the border or data flows across the border. That is the first key challenge. But the other challenge, of course, is that nearly 300 million Africans still live outside of 50 kilometers of any broadband connection. And so the challenge is that of access in terms of affordability, access in terms of reach, and access in terms of quality. And so I think regulatory associations need to come together and ensure that countries adopt policies that would ensure that broadband connectivity is made available, accessible to the 300 or so million plus population that is still out of reach. And I think that is the key, that before you deal with the quality of it, the quantity of it must be there. And so I think the reach of our people to broadband is still a challenge, and I think regulatory associations are grappling with that today in terms of infrastructure across borders within countries and ensuring that people are connected in terms of availability and affordability to services. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John, and thank you so much for sticking to your time. I'd like to turn to Annemarie Sipkes, BEREC Chair for 2022 and Director of Telecoms, Transport and Postal in ACM, the Netherlands. So as incoming BEREC Chair, what do you think the top priorities for a regulatory association are in its dialogue with its members? And John mentioned the harmonization, because there are many cross-border and regional issues, and in Africa still the issue of connectivity, but also access, affordability and use. Annemarie, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Sophie. And I'm so very happy to be here at this regional summit. And I think this region is impressive by itself, reaching all the way from Iceland down to South Africa and from Ireland all the way to Ukraine and beyond. So it's an honor to be able to speak as incoming chair for BEREC. I think the work of BEREC is also to make sure that as regulators, we make sure that we recognize that it is one in Europe, one single market, telecoms market, or we try to harmonize it in that direction. And maybe to highlight how at BEREC we approach this, we have 3 strategic priorities up until 2025. And the first is to promote full connectivity. And an examples of the projects we undertake there is that we issue guidelines on what we as European regulators view to be very high capacity networks. So to make sure that we all have a harmonized approach so that the telecom sector can count on that and that we are predictable. And the second, this year, for example, we're analyzing the regulatory treatment for backhaul. As John almost said, for all of us, it is important that sites are developed to underpin the deployment of 5G. So we are trying to make a clear approach throughout Europe for the regulatory treatment of backhaul to connect all these sites. So this is in promoting full connectivity, which is our first strategic priority. Our second strategic priority is to support sustainable and open digital markets, because within Europe, it is through the workings of the market that we see that we can all access high connectivity. And there, for example, what we do is we try to harmonize the way we monitor the developments in the market. For example, we have just issued a draft report for harmonized definitions for indicators on over-the-top services, so video streaming mainly in this instance, to make sure that throughout Europe, the way that we look at the development of these new services, we take a harmonized approach, and that if we start with a dialogue, we share the same definitions, we share the same data, and thus can take better informed decisions. So this is in our second priority, supporting sustainable and open digital markets. And I think our third strategic priority is of very interest to this session today. It's empowering end users, because you can lay down the infrastructure, but it is, of course, the people and the businesses that have to use them to make sure that they bring the benefits that we are all looking for. And before the summer, under this strategic priority, we will publish the BEREC study on consumer behavior and attitudes towards digital platforms. And why are we undertaking such a study? Because at BEREC, as regulators, we believe that we need to have evidence-informed, evidence-informed studies. We need to have evidence-informed implementation strategies to make sure that we reap the fruits of the digital connectivity for the people that we work for. Thank you very much, Sophie.
Thank you very much, Annemarie. So John talked about harmonization, the cross-border issues. You talked about 3 very important priorities: promoting connectivity through guidelines and through regulatory guidelines, sustainable and open digital markets. But you mentioned harmonizing indicators, sharing the same definitions and data, and then the empowering of the end users. All very, very much music to all of our ears. So I will turn to EAP Reg now, to Mr. Alexander Zivotowski, to really continue this discussion. Sir, the floor is yours. 3 minutes, please.
Hello, everyone. I am pleased to be here today as the chair of Eastern Partnership Network of Regulators of Electronic Communications, a network which is called the BEREC. The network I am representing today is an independent platform that unites 6 Eastern Partnership regulators, as well as EU member states, Western Balkan countries, and supports digital transformation in the Eastern Partnership region through the exchange of best practices and sharing expertise among regulators. At present, our activities are based on a digital agenda of EAPEREC for 2025, launched in 2020, including the promotion of fast, affordable, and high-quality connectivity, effective completion of electronic communications market, spectrum allocation for mobile 5G, reduction of retail roaming charges between the EU and Eastern Partnership. Creation of broadband mapping system and infrastructure deployment are other priority actions for us. We focus on the deployment of very high capacity and secure network infrastructures, including both fiber and 5G. In regard to the priorities mentioned, EAPEREC also promotes active international cooperation, specifically with BEREC, EAMEREC, Regulatel, as well as ITU, sharing the common interest in the promotion of competitive telecom environment. The network has been attentively following ITU initiatives, guidelines, and documents in view of the recently signed Memorandum of Understanding on a high-level framework cooperation in the area of information and communication technology. To this end, EAPEREC has already committed a contribution to the World Telecommunication Development Conference in 2021, recognizing the initiatives set at WTDC 17, as well as came up with initiatives to establish joint work on the expert level with ITU study groups 1 and 2. In conclusion, I would like to add that these unprecedented times require unprecedented solutions. We believe that through aspirations and constant work, digital transformation will contribute to the Eastern Partnership region, economic growth, and spread the benefits of the digital era to all sections of society. To summarize, I think the cooperation and sharing the standards between our 6 European partnership countries and the European Union will help us to foster the connectivity and the introduction of new technologies. And I think the cooperation in forums like these are very crucial for us. So thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your intervention. And so we really are hearing about harmonization, about clear data, about sustained harmonization of definitions, the data, the sharing the data, empowering the end users. And we are hearing about connectivity, but also access and use. So one of the issues as well this year, one of the outcomes of the GSRs, our best practice guidelines, and sharing information in the consultation, we very much look forward to your input there, because these are very key messages coming from the regional regulatory bodies and organizations. So I'll now turn to Mr. Ali Alaji, the Permanent Secretary of ARTAC. Sir, the floor is yours.
Merci Madame de me donner la parole. Je suis Aladji Ali. Je prends la parole au nom du président exécutif de l'ARTAC empêché. Et pour aller tout droit dans votre question par rapport aux différentes priorités en ce qui concerne notre association régulateur, nous avons un premier défi à relever, celui de l'harmonisation des textes réglementaires en matière de TIC, et qui sont un peu disparates. Et avec l'appui de nos communautés économiques régionales, la CAC et la CEMAC, il y a quelques lignes directrices et des lois types qui ont été arrêtées, et il faut donc les mettre en œuvre. La deuxième priorité, c'est, comme l'a dit John Omo, c'est l'accès de nos populations aux services et produits de télécommunications. C'est un grand défi parce que la plupart de nos populations n'ont pas tous accès à ces services, et il faut donc développer les infrastructures pour pouvoir les atteindre tous. Et pour cela, il faut également une coopération au niveau sous-régional. Nous avons eu le projet CAP qui est encore en cours, centralisé à Backbone, et au niveau de la CAC, il y a un autre projet, le PAC 10, qui est celui d'appui au développement des infrastructures communautaires en matière de télécommunication et communication électronique. L'autre défi majeur qui est une priorité également, c'est le renforcement des capacités parce que c'est un secteur qui est en perpétuelle mutation et il faudrait qu'au niveau de la régulation, tout le monde soit au même niveau d'abord et soit également au niveau de la technologie qui est mutante. Nous bénéficions dans ce domaine de l'assistance de plusieurs partenaires, en commençant par l'UIT, l'Union africaine avait le projet PRIDA et également l'Alliance Smart Africa qui nous aide dans ce sens. Et nous n'oublions pas également la GSMA qui est l'association des opérateurs qui nous aide à renforcer les capacités de nos membres. Merci, madame.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much for your intervention. And I think you really went along the lines of we're building the case from the input from the regional voices. So here we have harmonization came up again, connectivity, access and use, and the capacity building. Because as regulators, we really need to stay up to speed with developments. And that's very core as well, especially Anna-Marie, when you talk about everybody needs to share the same definitions and data, we also need to understand it in a similar way. So I'd like to now turn to Dr. Ali Yahaya Simba, the Executive Secretary of the East African Communications Organization, EACO. Sir, the floor is yours.
Good morning, and thank you very much, Sophie, for inviting me to be part of this very important panel. I'd like to thank ITU for giving EACO this opportunity. But first, let me also take this opportunity to congratulate Ms. Wanjao for being appointed the chair of GSR 2021. This is very important to us because Mercy is also the member of EACO Executive Committee, so we are very proud of her, and we are very proud of East African. Back to business, EACO takes care of 6 countries in East Africa under the East African community. And when you talk about priorities as a regulator, association of a regulator, I go along with my colleagues that have spoken before me. One of our very key issues is in formulation of model policies and the regulatory frameworks, guidelines and standards. And at EACO, we do this through a number of working groups. But we also understand that in order for us to come with very professional documents that people can act on it, we need to have members who are knowledgeable to the issues. And in such case, capacity building is also one of the key objectives here at EACO that we are following. And in this regard, we are working with our partners, and I'm very glad that ITU work with us very closely, and we get a lot of support from them. But we also work very close with ATU. I'm very glad to see my brother Omo here. But we also work in the private sector, including GSMA. I'm very glad to see my brother Aknaro in this meeting. But also, as we go along in preparation of these documents, we are getting a lot of voice from our members. One is we don't have only to do with documents. They need sometimes to see some tangible issues and tangible issues that they can associate with them. And in this regard, EACO have decided to come up with a regional database, which is a statistic database, basically, that is going to go deeper into the statistics of the region so that it helps us to know where we are at a particular time and where we want to go. Lastly, but not less important, is the fact that as the Regional Association of Regulators, we need to remain relevant. And to do that, we need to be on top of the issues that we are trying to harmonize among our members. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you also for highlighting the need for statistics. You will hear when we come to our G5, the collaborative, the 5th generation collaborative regulation. I think we as regulators, we really need to base our decisions on evidence. And for that, that data is essential. And the regional regulatory associations and organizations really have a key role to play there. So thank you for raising that and for bringing that up. I now come to my dear friend, João Cadete Matos, who's the EMERC chair for 2021 and the chair of ANACOM in Portugal. João, the floor is yours.
Hello, Sophie, good morning. I'd like to share with you that it's a great pleasure to participate in this event. So thank you very much to ITU for the invitation. As it was mentioned, I am sharing during this year the European Mediterranean Regulators Group, EMERGE. We had the first plenary meeting last week, so it's a pleasure to share with you the main conclusions of our meeting, namely concerning the organization of our work for the next 2 years, and also the main goals. Perhaps starting with the main objectives for 2020 and 2021 and 2022. I'd like to say that there is a great convergence with the other goals that were already presented by the other regional groups. So we identified 4 main objectives for the next 2 years. So the first, promoting connectivity, as well as exploring regulatory conditions in order to achieve approximation of the electronic communications markets across the Euro-Mediterranean region. Second objective, empower end users by identifying good practice when it comes to consumer awareness and information transparency. Third goal, promoting resilience throughout the electronic communication sector in times of COVID-19 pandemic. It's very important we consider. And the fourth objective, reinforcing the role of EMERGE in the shape of the Euro-Mediterranean cooperation context in the short and longer run in times of green and digital revolutions. Concerning our work program, and was the first time that this regional group decided to have this kind of work program for 2 years. We decided also to organize or to base our work in several working groups, and this will be this is our objective, the best way to improve the cooperation between the different members and to reinforce the capacity building based on this on the work of these working groups. Finally, I would like also to mention the close cooperation with the other groups that already intervened in this panel, and we decided in this last plenary meeting to update our memorandum of understanding with BEREC. So we share, as you saw, many of the goals of the other groups, and we are completely committed to cooperate with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, João. And indeed, the cooperation amongst the groups is very important as well. And as you are aware, during the GSR, we also always have the Regional Regulatory Associations meeting, and really look forward to have a strong meeting this year so we can reinforce that cooperation. But cooperation is necessary between the regional regulatory bodies and regulatory association. But dare I put something out there, we really need the voices. We're talking about empowering the end users. We need the voices of the regulatory community. And the private sector is very key in that discussion, in that dialogue. So we have invited a number of representatives from the private sector as well to get their view on, as the role of the regulatory associations. We've heard now the priorities. We've heard the prioritization of harmonization of guidelines, of best practices, of empowering end users and capacity building. How do you think you can be provided with a similar space or join the discussion so that you foster a wide dialogue and discussion, which is what we're trying to do with best practice guideline consultation as well, that you can have with the operators and with the regulatory associations? So Lisa, I turn to you first. Lisa, the floor is yours. You're representing ETNO, the European Telecom Networks Operators Association. I'm stumbling over my words. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Sophie, and thank you for inviting ETNO to this very important and timely roundtable on inclusive connectivity, which is close to our heart. So in our experience as operators, the dialogue we and our members have with the regulatory associations, like the one we also have here today, and with BEREC, is extremely fruitful, and it is an important part of our work. And It's because this dialogue is based on a broad and holistic understanding of the issues facing the sector and the digital economy today. This is important. But it must also be a very open and transparent dialogue that based on robust input to consultations and conversations in workshops. And here we, of course, would like to be involved as early as possible in order to have the room and conversation to actually make an impact and have input. But I think it actually works, and it must work because we understand the need for inclusive connectivity today. And we also, as a telco sector, understand the role we play in order to achieve this ambition. So if we are to satisfy the needs of the public, ensuring that all user groups are carried along, there needs to be investments. And this requires, again, an investment-friendly regulatory environment. I'll just very shortly give you some numbers because we have recently done some research with Boston Consulting Group and found that 5G alone can generate 113 billion in annual GDP impact in Europe and create 2.4 million new jobs in Europe by 2025. So on the investment side, to actually reach this level of ambition, we need 150 billion euros to upgrade the fixed infrastructure to gigabit speeds, and we need 150 billion to build full infrastructure to actually enable a full comprehensive 5G vision. And I heard Anne-Marie's targets, and we do and are in dialogue with Berig on these targets. But we also think that the investment doesn't come by itself. From a regulatory point of view, investment in telecom needs to become attractive again. And this means that we need the availability of spectrum, we need public resources in a timely and cost-effective way. But it also means that we are supporting the development of a global scale in the European telecom sector and enabling efficient market structures. Very quickly in the end, I think we need to encourage horizontal cooperation, for example, network sharing. And we need to set ambitious policy targets for digital uptake. And here the demand is crucial. So in EU, we have a regulatory framework. We have the code, which is now being implemented. And it is in this context that the EU initiatives needs to reduce the cost of deployment to make this investment attractive. I know this is going on right now, but now it's up to all the member states to make sure that this is implemented in an investment-friendly way. And here, both the regional but also the national NRAs, they play a crucial role in making sure all this is happening. But we are seeing a great dialogue with the NRAs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lisa. And indeed, that cooperation, that dialogue, and really the enabling market structures and market environment, but dialogue is very key. I'd like to turn to Akinwale Goodluck, the head of Sub-Saharan Africa of GSMA, to hear your view on really how can we create that space? How can we encourage this dialogue? Good luck. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and it's a real pleasure to be here. I must very quickly acknowledge Her Excellency Doreen Bogmartin, His Excellency John Omo, Excellency Andrew Rugege, and the DG, Mercy Wanjua, and congratulations, Madam. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here this morning. I think the reality for us in Sub-Saharan Africa is that our regulators are pretty much up to speed. I think that the days when we used to say industry was miles ahead of the regulators, I think those days are far gone. Regulators today are sharp. They understand what needs to be done. What is really missing is the alignment between regulators and policymakers. We need regulators in the region who can look policymakers in the eye and say, I don't think that is the right way to go. There is nothing wrong with regulators agreeing with private sector and MNOs in front of policymakers. As Sub-Saharan Africa stands today, we need our regulators to collaborate a lot more with industry and with industry bodies and people representing industry. We need to be seen as friends and partners rather than as competitors. We need to be in the room when the discussions are starting. Recently, we participated, for instance, with the ATU when the Africa Telecommunications Union was drawing up a spectrum plan. This is the sort of approach that we would like to see. We see how the ITU too invites us. We would like to see similar approaches from the Council of African Regulators, from the Africa Union. We would like to be involved in task groups, working groups, etc., to drive best practice. I think it's important also that regulators must enforce the things that are key to growth. Every day you hear regulators, heads of states talking about digital inclusivity, financial inclusivity, but next day we see policymakers imposing taxes on digital adoption, taxes on take-up of internet. We see emerging taxes on mobile money. The pandemic has demonstrated that financial inclusion is really key and fundamental for our people in sub-Saharan Africa. And as mobile money has grown and has supported a lot of the objectives of government, what we have seen coming out of the pandemic is that governments have seen this growth area, and rather than support it, they're beginning to tax it. So we need regulators to not adopt a look and say, well, this is financial inclusion, this is with the central bank. Financial inclusion will be driven by mobile. Mobile is under the purview of our regulators. So we need our regulators to stand up and be counted in this space. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good luck. And indeed, you touched upon the need for harmonization, but you also touched upon that evidence-based decision-making and that inclusive decision-making. That dialogue needs to happen. And we're talking about the golden standards of fifth-generation collaborative regulation. When we're talking about the regulatory community, you mentioned digital financial inclusion. When we're talking about connectivity, when we're talking about access and use, it really goes across the sectors. So it's that cross-sectoral regulatory approaches and how do we approach that? And you'll hear more about that in a later session today. So I'd like to turn to Arti Holamaini, Secretary General of EMEA Satellite Operators Association, ESOA. So Arti, how do you see these key elements of how can we be even more inclusive, collaborative, and really have that evidence-based decision-making? Arti, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Sophie. Thank you for including ESOA on this distinguished panel, and my congratulations also to Mercy for her appointment. So to this subject, yes, satellite network operators and ESOA itself are very involved in the regional and the sub-regional meetings across Africa with SADC, ECOWAS, EACU, and of course ATU. And we are contributing very actively to the regional preparations within ITUR and the very valuable ATU task groups that John is driving forward. We do believe that regional approaches to foster the sharing of best practices, whether in terms of how network technologies are being used within Africa or in terms of how they are regulated, are very important. And operators play a central role in this because of their experience and the sector expertise. The information, in our view, really must flow in both directions, both national experiences being shared at regional level, but also regional knowledge flowing back to member states. I'd like to give you an example of what I mean with the national experience. Right now, the South African regulator has put a moratorium on licensing any new services in the C-band because of interference from terrestrial operators into satellite services, including aviation safety, science services, and broadcasting. This kind of information needs to be fed up into the SADC sub-regional group because it could be useful for other countries who might experience similar interference. And SADC could, of course, decide to share this information Africa-wide through ATU. But the network operators play a crucial role in this process because, firstly, they are at the forefront of experiencing the interference, and secondly, they are also the ones with the necessary expertise to help find solutions. An example in the other direction would be the sharing of best practices. there are so many examples of transformational connectivity in Africa, whether it's connecting schools in Kenya, remote clinics in Nigeria, 4G backhaul in DRC, or even enabling full participation in elections in Burkina Faso thanks to satellite broadband. But why do they happen in some countries and not in others? How are they implemented? This is the kind of information that needs to be shared with regional organizations and disseminated to inform nationally. And again, network operators are front and central in this dialogue. I leave it there. Thank you, Sophie.
Thank you very much, Arti, and thank you to all for this first fascinating round of questions and answers. So we really came to a package of suggestions: that harmonization, the evidence-based decision-making, the similar definitions, the similar understanding, the capacity building, but also good luck. You also mentioned bring in the policymakers. An inclusive dialogue goes all across the value chain. It goes from the policymakers to the regulators. And as you said, Arti, let's share examples of good practices, of projects that worked, why they worked. I think that really is a role for the regional regulatory associations and bodies to really share that information and bring these fora together to discuss those informations. But good luck. I think you also mentioned something. You talked about the digital financial inclusion, one of my favorite subjects there, and also the need to really work together across the sectors. And so digital transformation is a reality. We've seen it more than ever since we've worked from home for over a year now. We've seen that we need that connectivity, that access, that use to enable us to access health, education, finance. So it's a reality, and it's a systemic transition. So I really do believe we require a strategic and holistic approach to be able to leverage ICT and digital across the sectors. So obviously, we see that issue at national level. The mandate, the scope, where is the mandate? Where does the mandate end? Where does the discussion start? Where are the overlaps? How can we identify those overlaps? Obviously, for the regional regulatory organizations, associations, and bodies, that's also an issue we need to address. And we hope to address that in the road towards GSR and in the collaborative regulatory studies that we've been working very hard on with Jaroslav and Andrew and their teams. So, John, what do you think the challenges from the perspective of the regulatory organizations and bodies are in dealing with governments and regional supranational institutions now across the sectors with digital first? How do you see that?
Thank you very much. I think the challenge is governments are by their own right sovereign, and so they have the superintendence over resources that are within their borders. Now, ICT and digital transformation is increasingly a transboundary issue. And so you find that data is flowing across borders at rates that have not been seen before. And in some cases, it's sensitive data. And so there's a challenge between, there would be a challenge between the need for, cross-border frameworks that seek to have, for example, data flowing across borders seamlessly, as opposed to the sovereign nature in terms in which we know our governments, our organizations. And I think this challenge is already being experienced in a number of countries in Africa. And how to go about it has been, as I've mentioned, establishing cross-border frameworks to ensure that governments, that regions agree in terms of how data is flowing and how, for example, interconnection is made possible across borders. And so I think there are an array of issues there. Do we still stick to our borders, imaginary borders as we know them, or do we ensure that there's free flow of information, of data, as ICT enables. And I think that then is a possible disconnect and an opportunity between data consumers, for example, and data producers. How do we harmonize our policies to ensure that the benefits of data, there's increased monetization of data, for example. Data is a resource that you have. If you have, you virtually have all information that you need. And so how to, with monetization of data, we need to be wary of the fact that data producers, for example, benefit as data, other data handlers and data managers and data consumers, for example. So I see the dichotomy in terms of the sovereign nature of membership of the member states vis-a-vis the transboundary nature of ICT as we deal with it now as one of the biggest challenges. And fortunately, countries are increasingly opening their borders and facilitating data flows and trade in that regard. Thank you very much. I see my red card.
It's a red biro, but it's fine. We use what we can.
You're muted, Sophie.
No, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So indeed, thank you, John. And Anna-Marie, I turn to you because João also mentioned that there's a harmonization or a similarity in the priorities between EMERC and between BEREC, that there really is that wish to prioritize similar issues so that collaboration can be even closer. But with this digital transformation, what are the challenges you see in BEREC in dealing with governments and regional supranational institutions and across the sectors? How do you see that, Anna-Marie?
Well, Sophie, actually building on, I'm so happy with the analysis that John Omo just presented, because I would have exactly the same analysis, but even broaden it from data to digital services, where I think exactly the same thing is going on. So the producers of digital services are transnational and the consumers are national. So thank you very much for that analysis. I think that makes it so clear. And then, of course, because you have sometimes digital services, digital service platforms and problems are, or potential bottlenecks or risks that we perceive are transnational by nature and cannot be effectively addressed from one national perspective. But the consumers or the businesses that face these problems have a national basis and have a regular dialogue, especially with national regulators. So this is maybe not a dichotomy, it's a challenge, I think, for regulators. So it means that what we at BEREC try is to collect all these experiences and then offer them to transnational legislative bodies, in our case, the European Commission, the European Parliament, as well as our national authorities, because also there you have to have that dialogue. So it does mean that we have a very complicated field of stakeholders, both national and international. And in order to be effective, I think what we at BEREC do, and also at EMERC, is with EMERC and other bodies, is to always try to keep those channels of dialogue open and to connect those experiences and to find where we find the common ground and where you have the appropriate level to intervene. For example, the Digital Markets Act is very much on a European level, where we say that the problems that we want to tackle as Europe are of a European nature. So we tackle them in a European way with European competences. At the same time, we see that for consumer protection, for example, this is very much has to do with national circumstances. And thus, the national regulators and the national government have a much bigger say. But this changes so fast because the digital world changes so fast. So this is a continuous dialogue. And it has, again, as we said in the first round, has to be based and underpinned and inspired by what we see in the markets every day.
Thank you very much, Anna-Marie. So yes, indeed, keeping the channels of dialogue open and find, using ICT telecoms terminology, the appropriate point of interconnection between the different sectors. And yes, a continuous dialogue, find the way of dialogue, and also find the appropriate way and base our decisions and on evidence, really focus on gathering that evidence so we have those data points. Before turning to Mr. Alexander, I'd like to turn first to João Cadete Matos, because there was that discussion of the collaboration between EMERC and BEREC. So how do you see that strategic and holistic approach to leverage the ICT and the digital across sectors? And how do you see the dealing with governments and regional and supranational institutions? João, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Sophie. Indeed, this is one of the main challenges ahead of us. So if it's not easy today, all the cooperation in the case of the European Union between countries and inside each country between the regulatory authorities and the government and the parliament, as it was mentioned before. When we look for other regions that are participating in this meeting, we see that we need to improve this dialogue at the two levels. So at the national level, we consider very important the role of the regulatory authorities, and it is absolutely necessary that the recommendations, the proposals coming from these regulatory authorities are taken into consideration, because they are contributing for the development of the sector at the national level. And a good way to increase this dialogue at the national level is also to increase the dialogue at the regional level, because in this case, it will be not only the opinion, the recommendation from a national regulatory authority, but it will be the recommendation, the proposal coming from a group representing several national authorities. And also in this case, it's very important example coming from other regions. So that's the reason why we consider, and this is considered by all members of IMERS, very important, this cooperation with BEREC, because we would like to improve the situation in the Mediterranean area, applying best practices and taking into consideration these good examples from the European Union. A second remark, if you allow me, Sophie, that I'd like to take this opportunity to mention as an important challenge, is to ensure that these groups, and this is the case of IMERS, is receiving the necessary funding to maintain our activities, because we have a very ambitious working program, and this working program needs to involve people, resources, and so it was important for us to listen that the European Union will continue to support the activities of IMERS. So I am really happy with this support, and I'd like to invite others to do the same, because this is important not only for the development of telecommunications, but it's also important to ensure that the Mediterranean region will maintain a stable and a peaceful region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, João, and that reflects what happens on national level. We do need the human and financial resources to be able to implement our plan and our actions. I now turn to EAP Reg, Mr. Alexander. Please, the floor is yours.
Yes, I'll give you an example going from the national level to international. As a head of local regulatory authority, we're all busy with providing connectivity, both in terms of fixed broadband and mobile broadband. And when we speak to our operators in terms of fixed broadband, the key issue that worries them is the access to infrastructure of the electricity sector, to infrastructure of the residential segment, and the tariffs on that. And there's always a big challenge to negotiate the equal rules of access between different sectors. And this is probably where the key concern of the fixed broadband lies. When we speak about mobile business, of course, our mobile operators are interested in spectrum and more use of efficient use of new spectrum. And that brings us straight into the international arena, where we must have international rules and follow the single standards to ensure that connectivity is in place and it's working. And even on the local levels, speaking of spectrum, for example, here in Ukraine, we still struggle with the release of digital dividend and switch out of TV, of analog TV, mostly for the political reasons. But again, the finding the right balance of interest between the telecom operators and, for example, broadcasters is quite a challenge. And now, facing all of these challenges, it is usually much easier to rely on a set of international principles, on a set of rules that are implemented on broader than the national level. And this is where our network and our interaction with the European Union all falls into place. And this is why we like to say that the key role of this interaction between the national and international levels is about exchanging expertise, exchanging and implementing single standard rules, because it helps us to sort out these balancing items on the national level as well. So this is how we view it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alexander. And we did see that when we saw the whole WTO process, the Basic Telecommunications Agreement, that these international negotiations really had a huge impact on liberalization of markets way back in the 1990s. So I'll turn back to Mr. Ali Al-Haji from ARTAC. Sir, the floor is yours.
Bien, merci Madame de me donner à nouveau la parole. En termes de stratégie pour le développement du numérique, les gouvernants qui sont les maîtres en la matière sont souverains et la plupart d'entre eux tiennent à cette souveraineté. Mais dans un monde numérique qui est devenu un village planétaire, l'harmonisation est indispensable. Et c'est là où le rôle du régulateur et l'institution du régulateur est de convaincre les gouvernants et les communautés économiques régionales parvenir à harmoniser leurs stratégies qui, la plupart des cas, sont à des horizons divers et à des matières diverses. Au niveau de l'Afrique centrale, l'association de régulateurs joue un rôle important dans ce domaine. À travers les groupes de travail qui sont mis en place, nous avons travaillé sur l'harmonisation au niveau des fréquences à nos frontières. Il y a un groupe de travail qui travaille et nous espérons pouvoir arriver à une feuille de route globale du spectre dans la sous-région. Nous sommes également en contact avec la CAC et la CEMAC dans le cadre de la mise en place d'un réseau unique communautaire à travers un règlement sur le roaming qui a été adopté l'année dernière et dont la mise en œuvre se poursuit. Donc, pour me résumer, le défi du régulateur qui est le conseil en matière de télécommunications auprès des gouvernants, c'est de les amener à pouvoir s'entendre sur un minimum, de pouvoir mettre en place une stratégie globale au niveau de la sous-région d'abord et arriver également à une stratégie globale pour la région africaine en général. Et dans ce domaine-là, nous comptons beaucoup plus sur l'appui du PRIDA et également de l'Alliance Smart Africa qui sont les maillons essentiels de ce combat au niveau de la région africaine. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. And indeed, this support and the collaboration with regional, but also continental organizations and multilateral and multinational organizations is very key. So, Mr. Simba, I give the floor to you for your input to this interesting discussion.
Thank you, Sophie. I think one of the easiest things that we at the Regulatory Association do is coming up with very beautiful documents. We're very good at that. But when it comes into implementation, that's where the problem starts. And in some levels, you start wondering, why will you approve a document that you cannot implement? So implementation is the biggest problem in most of our work that we are doing. And I think, I like what Good Luck said. I don't know if that is easy to do, that the regulator should be bold to look at the policymaker in the eyes and telling them that this is for the benefit of the country, and that we need to do that. Because you got a feeling as if the regulator sometimes goes along from the beginning to the end, and then they bring the product to the government. I think maybe could be that where the problem comes from. So, well, I would like the regulator to start involving the policymakers early in when we start these discussions, so that they are aware that these issues are being discussed. They should be able to put it very clear what are the benefits that are going to get out of those arguments, of those regulations. Of course, there's nothing you do that will be 100% benefit. There are going to be some something that you are going to lose. And this is something that we need to explain very clear to the government. I want to give you a very simple example here about one area network in East African community. I think that is one of the projects that we are so proud of. I think East African community went into one area network before the free roaming in Europe, probably. But out of the 6 countries today, and it's almost 6 or 7 years, not all of them have been able to implement that. So you can see the challenge, because even that agreement was a directive from the presidents of the 6 countries. Still today, we are struggling in implementing them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And implementation is key, and results-based management, focusing on impact is key. But for that, we also need the human resources, and we need that dialogue. So I'll turn back to the industry representatives. And this panel, we're a team because we're almost making up on time. So we really work together as a team for that impact to stay within the limits that have been defined for us. So thank you very much for that. To the industry representatives, Lisa, let me turn to you. How do you see this cross-sectoral approach for that digital transformation and the perspective of the regulatory industry associations and the industry? What are some of the actions you would see missing? Lisa.
Well, thank you, Sophie. And well, as I think Anne-Marie hinted, that there is a lot of different levels and different stakeholders, and us delivering connectivity, it's a very local thing. It's very based in the different countries. But what we see in today's society is that you need connectivity everywhere. So we need also to make sure that the unserved and underserved are to receive fast and reliable connectivity. In Europe, what we see is that we have the state aid guidelines, which are defining the state aid in the different EU countries, and we look to the revision of that. Of course, we think that's important. But we also see in the recovery, the COVID-19 crisis demonstrated the reliance on connectivity in all our lives. So we think in Europe, we see recovery is going to be digital and green, and we welcome this very much and hope that that can also inspire other parts of the world. We think digital and green is important. But one thing we think is important is when states are looking into becoming digital, we can deliver the supply, but the demand side is also extremely important here because the demand side will actually define how much our networks is being used, and without use, they're good for nothing. Just a very quick, in the end, I think another thing that we could work strongly on is that we need upskilling and reskilling of the population. So we can talk connectivity, we can talk all kind of regulation, but I think it's extremely important that we also, in order to harness the power of the digital economy, that we work on upskilling and reskilling of the population so they're enabled not only in their work situation, but also in their lives to interact and get out the most of the digital society.
Thank you very much, Lisa. And indeed, the demand side is key. And that's where you have the collaboration across the sectors as well, because when you look at the demand side, the use. I'm going to turn to Good Luck now for your short, brief intervention on this particular question. Good luck.
Thank you very much. I think that, we have seen a lot of progress regarding the participation and understanding of regulators and indeed policymakers on the importance of also stimulating the demand side. Historically, we had seen in sub-Saharan Africa, a lot of government interventions were always around the supply side. So it was banging more network elements. For operators, it was always about spectrum. It was about infrastructure sharing. It was moving from passive to active and a lot of the other things. But more recently, particularly at the GSMA, working with several governments in sub-Saharan Africa in developing their broadband plans for the next few years, we have seen a big turnaround. We're seeing government understanding that you must support the demand side. We're seeing government beginning to look at a more conducive environment for devices in terms of reducing the cost, in terms of importation, in terms of local production of devices. We're seeing government beginning to understand the importance of investing in content. Historically, a lot of the content in Africa is in English, French, or other foreign languages. We're now beginning to see, and I think this is one of the good things about the pandemic, is that in terms of bringing education home, we're seeing governments and regulators and the industry investing in local languages, relevant content. We're seeing a lot more investment in digital literacy. We're seeing a lot more investment in empowerment of vulnerable groups. So I think by and large, we're headed in the right direction, but definitely what is still required is for the regulatory will to have the necessary political support.
Thank you very much. Good luck. Very, very key points there. Now, turning to Arti. Arti, last but definitely not least, I'm looking forward to your contribution. You mentioned sharing good examples and sharing good examples of also the cross-sectoral work and also the inclusive discussions. Arti, please, can you share with us a little bit more on what you touched upon before?
Definitely. So I'll be very concise. I think competing priorities is an issue which prevents governments and regulators in Africa who are strapped for resources from focusing on the most pressing issues. To start with, from my perspective, there seems to be a rush to try to implement the latest and most expensive solutions for what is still emerging economies. And with a view on Africa, we really must realize that in rural Africa, there are sparse populations with low incomes. Yet regulators are being sold stories of how driverless cars, IoT, virtual reality, and all the bells and whistles of 5G will help them raise their populations out of poverty. Are these really the priorities when you have such a lack of basic connectivity? I would say that what is missing are appropriate solutions to the problem. Where you have low density, low income communities, often even without power, you need cost-effective solutions. And I completely agree with GSMA reports that highlight that affordability is a big issue. And in regions like this, it makes no economic sense at all to roll out lines of expensive base stations when you can bring those areas mobile connectivity or community Wi-Fi powered or backhauled by satellite at a fraction of the cost. So briefly on the demand side, I think governments and regulators need information about what different technologies can do and cannot do, and they need to make very pragmatic decisions that will deliver results quickly. And on the supply side, enabling regulatory regimes, which include blanket licensing approaches or ensuring regulatory certainty around license fees and access to spectrum, because we need to make sure that we continue to see investment flowing into Africa for new, affordable, high-capacity services, but also to ensure continuity of essential services that are relied on today, like broadcasting, internet, safety of life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arti, and thank you very much to this great panel. And may I say, we need evidence-based decisions. We need to be inclusive across the sectors, across the industries, and across the regions. And good luck. You said we need to be bold. Can I say we need to be bold? We need to be brave. We need to balance innovation with investment, flexibility with stability. And that inclusive dialogue is how we will really make sure that digital is the tool that will empower us to empower the end users, as you said, Anna-Marie. So in the end, it is about making people's lives better. And by working together, we can make the people's lives better and find the appropriate and the different solutions. So thank you very, very much. I have not eaten all the way into the coffee break, Yaroslav. I only stole about 5 minutes, and really thank this team. Industry, regulatory associations, regional associations for working together to achieve this impact. So thank you very, very much. Yaroslav, back to you.
Thank you very much, Sophie, and thank you very much for great outcomes of this panel, and during which we've heard a lot about investment. And this is the topic of the next panel. But before we are going to this panel, we need more energy, and we have to find the time to refill our cups of coffee and to stretch a bit. We had a great time during these 2 hours of the discussions. And so we propose to have a break of 9 minutes. So ladies and gentlemen, we are meeting again at 12 o'clock sharp. Thank you very much and enjoy these minutes of break. Thank you one more time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to all the panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Goedemorgen, Mieke.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is 12:01, as discussed earlier. It's my great pleasure and honor to introduce my colleague, Regional Director for Africa, Andrew Rugege, who will be moderating the next session focusing on investment. So we would like to request the technical moderator to unmute Andrew and also all panelists. And I'm handing over now the floor to Andrew Rugege. Andrew, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Yaroslav. I was starting to panic because I couldn't unmute, but I'm okay now. And welcome back, everybody, from your break. It is really a pleasure and a privilege to be part of this conversation on unlocking investment in connectivity with focus on how infrastructure sharing, core deployment, state aid, universal service regulation, and others can unlock investment in connectivity while preserving competition. I have an eminent panel with me, and it's my pleasure to welcome Mr. Isaias Barredo da Rosa, Chairman of the Board, Agência Reguladora Multissectorial da Economia, ARME, of Cape Verde. You'll excuse my pronunciation. I also welcome Mr. Karol Krewinski, Deputy President, Office of Electronic Communication, UKE, Republic of Poland. Welcome, Karol. Mr. Mark Sakala, Agence de régulation des postes et des communications électroniques, RPC of Congo, and Ms. Tanya Muha, Director, Agency for Communication Networks and Services of the Republic of Slovenia, AKOS. My only regret here is that I was shortchanged and I only have one lady on the panel. So that you excuse that, it's not normally my practice. A lot has been discussed about connectivity, but the big thing today is investment, because nobody is contesting anything about the usefulness or, in fact, the dire criticality of connectivity, meaningful connectivity. But everybody was coming back to what would it cost to have meaningful connectivity as universal rights. And today, our task is to have this conversation about unlocking investment for connectivity. And I was going to say unlocking investment in connectivity in Africa, but I just learned a few minutes ago that in Europe, you also need it. There was a figure, I think, of $50 billion that was mentioned. So let's treat this issue holistically. How do we unlock investment for connectivity for everybody? If you allow me, honorable panelists, I would like to ask you maybe to give us 3 minutes for your initial statement. And I would like to start again with Isaiah. Isaiah, please give us your statement about 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Ladies and gentlemen, Andrew, I would like to congratulate you for your Portuguese speaking skills. I think you're doing quite well. So next time you come to Cape Verde, you will be speaking Portuguese only. Well, yes, how infrastructure sharing, co-deployment, state aid, and universal service regulation can indeed unlock investment in connectivity while preserving competition. I would start by saying that infrastructure sharing and co-deployment is, to a certain extent, a triple win situation. It is a triple win situation because the owner of the infrastructure, by putting in, its infrastructure, by making its infrastructure available, it does that at a certain price. The newcomer, the operator that intends to use the infrastructure, by using this infrastructure, it pays for using such an infrastructure. And of course, it has a tremendous advantage of not making a huge investment to bring its services to different areas. It's a win situation for the newcomer. But of course, it is also a win situation for the final consumer, because if the newcomers do not need to make a tremendous investment, of course, at the end of the day, the price policy towards the consumers will definitely be a more affordable one. So we're talking here about a triple win situation. And in this context, state aid and universal service regulation also play a major role. They play a major role because, of course, as we know, there are places, there are areas where operators can easily move ahead with their investment because these areas are intensely populated and they are profitable. But also we know that there are areas that require some kind of incentives for the operators to come. And this kind of incentives can be in terms of policy, for instance. But there are also areas that are definitely not profitable for the operators to come. And here, state aid, universal service fund can play a major role. And of course, in this case, regulation is key. I do recall that, for instance, in West Africa, we moved ahead with a supplementary act on universal access and service. A supplementary act in ECOWAS is an attachment to the ECOWAS Treaty and therefore enforceable in all ECOWAS member states. And this played a key role in the sub-region when it comes to universal service and universal access. So in a nutshell, Andrew, I would say that indeed, infrastructure sharing is key, is a triple win situation. And of course, it is of paramount importance to have the universal service regulation and state aid to ensure that we bring connectivity to all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Isaiah. I think what I forgot to say is that this man is former SG of ECOWAS, so he knows everything about West Africa. Thank you very much for your statement. Carol, I'm not going to take another risk to pronounce your surnames. I would like to call on you to please give your opening statement.
Hi. Your was perfect. My name is Karol Krzywicki, so you said exactly the same. Good afternoon or good morning, evening, depends on the point of the globe you are now. I'm Deputy President of UK, Polish NRA for Telco and Post, also for frequency issues. It's my great pleasure to be with you today, and I think I will start without any longer introduction. First, I think the current period of pandemic has accelerated the digitization, but also deepened the digital divide. Therefore, I do agree with Isaiah that smart decision-making, database regulation, and policies are more important than ever. Evidence-based decision-making helps to create an enabling environment, and that facilitates private investments and also increases the effectiveness of public funds needed to achieve ambitious goals, targets. And as you said, also in Europe, the concept of EU gigabit society assumes that all households will have an access to 100 megabits internet by 2025, which is really ambitious. According to our approach, the deployment of broadband infrastructure and services should be based on data and specifically on statistical data, geospatial data from surveys, and many other sources. And we are using the precise data mapping from 5,000 in our office, from 5,000 of network operators. And this broadband mapping system is now an essential tool for our office to allocate public funding efficiently and foster cross-sector collaboration. Of course, protecting also the competition. And our advanced systems encompass, as I said, thousands of operators. Also, such a data like routes of backbone and distribution networks indicates the type of technology has been used and location of telecom hubs, transmission system location, collocation, and so on. Many other data which supports our decision process. The system can enhance collaboration among various stakeholders and support the allocation of public funding, leading to expected results, as I said previously. Also, the infrastructure sharing plays an important role in the process of facilitating investments. It's obvious it reduces duplication and direct investments to underserved areas and also providing the better customer service. Telecom operators spendings has been dominated by significant investment in technology and infrastructure, which is quite high risk factor. Maintaining and modernizing the infrastructure increases this risk. Therefore, sharing infrastructure can significantly reduce the risk of entry and development. It also has a big impact of competition. The market becomes more attractive to new players due to reduced entry barriers. Such players can reach competition while investing effectively. And last but not least, definitely, I do agree that state aid can be also used to mobilize private investments. I think that's all for now. Over to you, Andrew.
Thank you very much. Actually, I was going to tell you that subject that you started to touch on data and data-informed decisions. It's something that I will certainly want to come back to, because I think it's absolutely essential. But thank you, Carol. Let me turn now to Marc Sakala, Agence de régulation des postes de communication électronique du Congo. Please, 3 minutes.
Merci, Andrew. Ce que je peux dire dans ce sujet, c'est que c'est un sujet très intéressant et très important aujourd'hui d'être abordé, surtout dans le contexte actuel où nous vivons dans un contexte pandémique, un accroissement de données et vraiment de consommation de données et un besoin encore plus crucial de connectivité dans certaines zones. Alors, comment la transparence des différents échanges, la transparence des données peut nous emmener à débloquer des fonds, à débloquer des investissements? Je pense que c'est un sujet pour moi qui a son importance parce qu'aujourd'hui, peu importe le pays, la zone régionale, mondiale où nous nous trouvons, le besoin d'élargir la connectivité, le besoin de la data. Et quand nous parlons de connectivité, je ne me limite pas simplement à la data, je parle aussi de tout à l'accès de la fournie, par exemple dans certaines zones d'Afrique où nous ne parlons pas seulement de besoins en termes de data, mais même en termes de connectivité, des zones reculées. Ce besoin s'accroît de plus en plus, encore plus pendant les temps de cette pandémie. Alors, comment cette transparence peut nous emmener à mutualiser les investissements, à faire des investissements ciblés et des investissements qui permettent de mieux gérer nos programmes et nos projets, de réunir nos forces. Je pense que ce sujet a sa pleine importance et je suis très heureux d'intervenir. Et je pense qu'au travers des différentes prises de parole, nous allons certainement éclairer au travers des différentes pratiques mises en place afin de pouvoir réunir ensemble les différentes méthodologies pour pouvoir accroître et débloquer, libérer ces investissements qui peuvent être consentis par un partage d'informations mis à la disposition de tous. Merci.
Okay, thank you. Louis Marc, have you finished? Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. Now, I have some apologies to make first because Natasha, you are not reflected on my, but I'm very, very glad that you've been able to replace Tanya. Natasha Vidamar Klarovic, excuse me, but is the head of Telecommunication Department, Agency for Communication Networks and Services. And once again, I'm awfully sorry for not noticing this earlier, but you are welcome. And if you may, please give your opening statement.
Okay, thank you very much for the floor. Yes, it was a last minute change, so sorry for this. So good afternoon to everybody. My name is Natasha Vidmar-Kraljevic. Our director, Ms. Tanya Mucha, should be attending this roundtable discussion, but unfortunately, she's not able to participate at this moment because we are having the multi-band auction for the allocation of radio frequencies for public mobile services. So I will represent ACOS Slovenia on this occasion. I'm pleased to participate in this very interesting topic, how to unlock investments in connectivity through transparency, and we'll share our experience with you. So building very high capacity broadband networks is essential to ensure connectivity. In our opinion, the main drivers for investments and building very high capacity broadband networks are first, competition, and then second, lower construction costs. So regarding the competition, through many years of regulation of the relevant markets that are susceptible to ex-ante regulation, ACOS has achieved the establishment of a competitive environment and conditions on the broadband markets. Because operators are competing for end users on retail markets, but also encourage them to build new networks in order to offer more innovative, high quality, and more affordable services. Let's say Slovenia has a population of 2 million people, and we have 4 large operators that provide broadband services as quadruple play packages and compete for the end users on whole national level. Regarding the construction costs, Slovenia is one of the most rural countries in the European Union. We have more than 50% of the population living in rural areas. So in these rural areas, like in other countries, we have a challenge of building high capacity networks and providing services in areas where economies of scale are not achieved. So therefore, the interest operator in construction is significantly lower. One of the options is state aid, but this area is not in ACO's competences. The second option is to encourage infrastructure sharing and joint construction. That means that operators have lower construction costs. At the same time, I have to mention also universal service obligation. Broadband internet service is included in our current scope of universal service in Slovenia since 2018 with 4 megabits download. And actually, just yesterday, we have increased the speed to 10 megabits download, and it has to be provided to all households in Slovenia. So in order to support and to increase investments, we have established 2 important publicly available portals which are available on ACO's website. These portals are Portal for Planned Investments. We call it the Infrastructure Investment Portal, and the second one is GeoPortal. Portal of Planned Investments enables the investors in public infrastructure to notify their plans for construction of infrastructure online and to allow the interest co-investor to announce their interest of joint constructions. On these portals are publicly available information about all active joint construction intentions. That means calls for interest for all planned public infrastructure, including for telecommunications. The second one is the GeoPortal, and that one enables user a quick insight to the various types of electronic communication infrastructure and their data for every address and household in Slovenia. The transparent presentation of all this information significantly facilitates the decision-making of operators regarding business models, ways of building networks in specific areas, as well as facilitate negotiations for joint investment and infrastructure sharing. Since 2015, the number of announced joint construction increased significantly. By infrastructure sharing or co-deployment, it enables investors to better utilize their network and a faster return on investment. So according to last available data for Slovenia, let's say has 63% coverage with very high capacity network of households in comparison with EU average, which is around 44% coverage. So we are right happy and successful at the time. So thank you very much for this. Okay, back to you, Andrew.
It seems that we've lost Andrew for a minute.
I think we need more connectivity.
Yes.
Now.
Indeed.
Yes, colleagues, I think that Andrew has lost his connectivity. He's just reconnecting. So I propose to give him 10 seconds to do so. It's entirely unexpected, but relevant to this what we're discussing. More investment for the infrastructure is needed. Well, I don't see him connecting. So maybe let's continue with the panel. If you agree, thank you very much for the opening statements of this panel. And now maybe let's turn into the first questions of the panel. So maybe let me turn to Karol Krywicki and ask the first question. But I see that Andrew is with us already, so I'm handing over to Andrew. Just on time.
Thank you very much, Jaroslav. And I would like to make this request before we continue, that should any investment be found, it should first come to Ethiopia, because you can see the problems that I was having with connectivity. And thank you for bearing with me. Carol, I I guess, given you a heads up earlier that I wanted to come back to the question of a data-driven approach of regulation. So if you allow me, let me ask how has an increasingly data-driven approach to regulating the telecom ICT market made a difference over recent years in Poland? You started to talk about this, but please give us some more. Take 3 to 4 minutes, no problem.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. The data-driven regulation is recognized not only in Poland, I think worldwide, internationally, as an approach that is in tune with the rapid pace of the technological process and and progress also. It has two major objectives. First is to amplify the regulators' capacity to act, and particularly in a supervisory role. And the second is to inform users' choices, to steer the market better, and to ensure return on investment. And the role of data is supporting the deployment of broadband is a fundamental aspect of digital transformation and regulation. I know it's obvious, but I wanted to underline that. Currently, the digital environment is characterized by rapid technological change, generating continuous innovation in terms of both business models and users. And if we want it or not, regulation must adapt to this new context by improving cooperation with all sector stakeholders, not only the telecom operators, also including the other providers and users. Our office focus of data-driven regulation is on telecom network coverage and quality issues. That's, let's say, two main point of interest. Our approach assumes strengthened the analytical capacity of the regulator, availability of the data, especially on infrastructure and services, as I mentioned in my previous intervention. And this data on infrastructure and services for operators and consumers, as well as monitoring of the quality of services. And I will give you an example that additionally, our office constantly monitors also the consumers' opinion on telecommunication services, not only the individuals, but also the institutional. And only last year that we conducted surveys targeted to parents, to children, to individuals and institutional and to businesses, and also to teachers. Especially it's important during the remote school. Surveys show current trends and customer satisfaction and expectations, usage of services and approaches to technologies. And this approach to data has impacted to the market in a few ways in terms of connectivity. Let's say 67% of homes passed have access to NGA networks. In the area of service quality and pricing, surveys show that 76% of customers are satisfied or very satisfied with services they use. And significant growth of competition increased the percentage of customers satisfied from a choice of services to 92%. So that's the as I said, this is the two pillars. One pillar is the system, which is driven by data, purely from operators, and the second is let's say, the monitoring of the user satisfaction level, and also the monitoring of the needs. Yeah, thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Actually, I feel very proud because in my day-to-day responsibilities, I visited one country where they had these systems in place, and they were very, very efficient in that even operators couldn't say that their tower was down somewhere because the regulator already knows. So it's the lack of headroom, not that it is down. Thank you very much. If I may turn to you, Natasha, about the way you are dealing with this issue and how data-driven approach to regulation has made a difference in your country over the last few years.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. Yeah, we are also collecting a huge amount of data from telecom operators and from the market. So all regulators should act transparently and pass the data back to the market. So we are making a significant effort to make public infrastructure owners, local communities, and operators aware of their obligations to announce planned constructions. All cases of planned constructions of civil work has to be and are notified to ACOS together with a call-out for co-investment. When interest of co-investment is expressed, investors must plan their networks in a manner that enables electronic communication networks and association infrastructure to be built at the same time. As already mentioned, for this purpose, we have established this investment portal, and this portal allows searching for construction location as well as by investors. This has contributed to a significant increase in joint construction in Slovenia. To figure out the impact of co-investment agreements and the rollout of fixed broadband lines, ACOS conducted a mini survey. So operators reported that between 10% and 90% of all investments in fixed networks are made as co-investments. So it's important that the data that we get are passed back to the market. Okay, thank you very much for now.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think it is very useful. Your experiences are actually comparable from what I can understand. But let me now turn to universal service obligation and universal service funds that have been mentioned a couple of times. So let me come to you, Isaias. In Cape Verde, how does regulation, in concrete terms, support the provision of universal service across the islands? And they are very beautiful islands, by the way, I know them.
Thank you, Andrew. In fact, we have beautiful islands. We're just a small nation island with 10 small islands, 500,000 inhabitants. And we lack resources. We lack natural resources. I used to say that even the water we drink, we have to take it from the sea and desalinate it. That's why for us, optimization of resources is indeed key. And of course, good regulation and optimization of resources, they have to come together so that we can, in fact, develop the country itself. Today, we have in Cape Verde 80% of internet penetration rate, while the African average is around 43%. So that's a good indicator. So what are we doing in order to achieve that? But in fact, infrastructure sharing and universal service are indeed key in order to achieve this. First of all, of course, we have the usage of the universal service fund. We have regular monitoring of coverage and of quality of service. And of course, when the operators receive the right to use spectrum, of course, they have attached, a series of obligations in terms of development of information society. And as a regulator, we have to, follow up on this development, on the implementation of the different initiatives, so that we can indeed bring connectivity to the remote areas. But one of the aspects that I would like here to emphasize has to do with internet as essential or basic service. In Cape Verde, by law, having access to drinking water, to electricity, they are considered essential or basic service. That means that the operators and even the government itself has certain obligations to ensure that people have access to drinking water, have access to electricity. So we're currently working on a piece of legislation exactly to make internet access as an essential or basic service. And of course, the operators are already engaged, and that will bring a tremendous contribution to ensuring that we truly have universal access, universal service when it comes to telecommunications, and specifically when it comes to connectivity and internet access. So, Andrew, in a nutshell, what I would say is that universal service, along with infrastructure sharing and optimization of resources, are indeed key to ensure that everyone is connected and to bridge the digital divide, and of course, to take advantage of the potential of internet and ICT. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As usual, succinct the point. Now that you spare
we need to bring universal service to Andrew as well, huh?
We do have statistics that show that irrespective of the problems that we are having that could be resolved by universal service, universal access funds, many countries are not using these funds. They are amassed from the operators and they are not used. So my question to you would be, why would anybody have a gap in connectivity, have a whole lot of funds and just keep the funds and not meet this? But this is off script. So if we have time, I would ask your opinion on that. But for the time being, I would like to complete the cycle by asking Mark Sakala, what are the main challenges to ensure infrastructure sharing that Isaias was talking about among operators in a country like Congo, recognizing that it can have a big impact on the costs of network deployment and affordability? Over to you.
Merci Andrew pour la question. Effectivement, comme vous l'avez dit, le déploiement de tous ces réseaux ont un impact considérable sur les coûts. Et quels sont les défis que nous pouvons rencontrer dans un pays comme le Congo? Au Congo, bon, je ne pourrais pas vous citer les défis, mais je vous dirai tout ce que nous avons essayé de mettre en place pour faire face déjà à la résolution de ces problèmes de connectivité. Je pense que le premier point en termes de régulateurs demeure et restera toujours la mise en place des textes qui accompagnent cela. Tout à l'heure, mon collègue de Cap-Vert l'a dit, au travers des cahiers de charges que nous demandons, au travers des licences que nous mettons en place, nous obligeons déjà les opérateurs à avoir une vision réelle en termes d'infrastructures et de partage d'infrastructures afin d'améliorer la connectivité. Il y a aussi en amont ce que nous étudions, les problèmes de concurrence. Parce que lorsque nous demandons par exemple un partage d'infrastructures, cela peut partir d'un partage d'un support d'infrastructure jusqu'à un partage même de l'infrastructure au travers de tout ce qui est itinérance nationale dans les zones grises. Donc, il y a une étude en amont que nous devons faire pour des questions de concurrence, pour des questions de coût, afin que chaque opérateur qui investit dans une infrastructure ou même à travers de l'investissement, que cet investissement soit étatique ou en partenariat public-privé, que cet investissement soit trouvé rentable et qu'il n'y ait pas de perte. Donc, il y a ce travail. Nous avons mis en place, comme on l'a dit, des fonds d'accès aux services universels qui permettent d'aller au-delà, parce que les opérateurs ont ce défi de ramener la connectivité dans les endroits ou dans les villes dans le cahier de charges. Mais au-delà de ces villes, le fonds d'accès aux services universels est mis en place pour cela, ce qui fait que nous accompagnons au travers ce fonds par différents mécanismes les opérateurs pour aller dans les zones reculées, ce qui nous a emmené juste l'année 2020 à couvrir plus de 60 villes ou villages qui n'étaient pas encore en connectivité aussi bien phonique que data. Au travers, je peux rajouter aussi, nous poussons les opérateurs qui viennent investir au niveau des zones reculées pour faciliter la connectivité par des accompagnements de l'État, des accompagnements en termes soit d'allègement en termes de charges fiscales, mais aussi en termes de la mise en place d'une licence à technologie ouverte afin de ne pas les contraindre sur une certaine technologie lorsqu'ils décident d'aller investir dans les zones reculées. Et ce que je peux dire aussi pour terminer, au-delà de l'accessibilité en termes d'infrastructures, parce que nous revenons beaucoup sur les infrastructures, il y a des zones où l'accessibilité n'est pas bloquée simplement par des infrastructures, mais aussi par les terminaux qui permettent l'accessibilité. Dans certains pays, surtout des pays en voie de développement, il y a encore un certain nombre de coûts élevés concernant pour faciliter cette accessibilité à la connectivité. Et l'un des défis, c'est aussi d'accompagner les habitants des pays afin d'avoir accès à différents terminaux. Au Congo, ce que nous avons fait, c'est que nous avons fait voter par une loi la défiscalisation de tous les terminaux d'accès permettant une facilité de la connectivité. Donc voilà à peu près ce que je peux dire sur un ensemble de challenges que nous avons relevés au niveau du Congo afin de faciliter la connectivité, toujours avec cette transparence et cette collaboration entre État et entreprises pour pouvoir voir quelles sont les meilleures manières d'emmener ce partage d'infrastructures, de le pousser afin que le premier investisseur ne soit pas en perte. Et nous avons, pour terminer, un dernier point. Dans certaines villes où il n'y avait qu'un seul opérateur qu'on qualifie de zone grise, nous avons emmené des opérateurs à ne pas totalement s'investir en totalité parce que l'infrastructure, la mise en place des infrastructures est coûteuse. Donc, nous avons travaillé sur un système d'itinérance nationale afin de laisser un seul opérateur couvrir la ville, mais que les signaux de tous les opérateurs soient disponibles par l'infrastructure de ce dernier. Nous avons ainsi partagé certaines zones du pays afin de faciliter et de réduire les investissements pour les opérateurs, mais de permettre aux différents utilisateurs et consommateurs d'avoir accès à tous les réseaux. Voilà ce que je peux dire concernant les défis et ce que nous avons pu mettre en place au Congo. Je vous rends la parole.
Thank you very much, Mark. I completely empathize with you. Do I have an echo somewhere? Technique? Okay, I empathize completely because I've been there. I'm privileged in my past life to be an operator, so completely understand. Now, if I didn't have this nice backdrop, you would see that I'm at home. This is because of this COVID-19 pandemic that has really turned everything upside down. But on the other hand, it has forced us really to realize how critical infrastructure is. So my question, and this goes to all of you, But let me start with Carol again. My question is, how has the backbone infrastructure of your country reacted to COVID-19? Have there been any challenges? How are operators able to deal with increased traffic? And I think that's what I'm suffering from here. That's why I dropped. How have backbone networks been strengthened and monitored from your data and monitored at the country level? Carol, please give us your good experience in Poland.
Thank you, Andrew. I think the lockdown related to COVID-19 pandemic and sharp increase in network load caused, among others, of course, by e-learning or remote work, was some kind of stress test for operators and whole telecommunication infrastructure. In the spring of 2020, a year ago, so the volume of traffic in networks increased significantly. In the peak of periods in March and April, the number of voice calls increased in Poland by 90%, and the data transmission over the fixed line internet increased by 140%. Our latest survey of institutional clients showed that as much as 1/3 of companies have faced increased demand for telecom services, especially in the field of voice calls. In as much as 63% of the surveyed companies that work remotely or use e-learning, the use of a video conferencing application and program has increased in connection with the COVID-19 pandemic. In Poland, the regulator, so our office, has cooperated actively with the operators to guarantee service continuity and prevent or remove the effects of network congestion. At the very beginning of the pandemic in Poland, President Duda asked operators to take any necessary actions to guarantee service continuity by preventing and removing the effects of network congestion, resulting from increased demand for connectivity. Our office collects the data from operators on internet traffic and participates in monitoring exercise, of course. We like to monitor, but it was to help the market and users. So I wouldn't name it as a burden. So this data was also used in monitoring exercise launched by BEREC, the European Commission and body of European regulators of electronic communication to monitor connectivity in whole Europe. The situation related to COVID-19 pandemic was, as I said, a stress test, and for operators in Poland, which I think now I can say that they passed very well, but also further stressed the need for new network investments, especially in fiber. In crisis conditions, the optical fiber turned out to be a great advantage, especially allowing users to send, let's say, on average of 30% more data than any other technologies. So over to you, Andrew. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very, very insightful. And that last point that it drove investment into fiber is very, very, very important. I think that's probably common, but it's something that those listening should take into account. If you allow me, I'm going to cut to 2 minutes because I have another interesting question that I want to ask. So each of you remaining, please take 2 minutes to tell us how you've strengthened your networks because of the increased traffic, because now we know traffic increased everywhere. So let me go to you, Natasha, please.
Okay, thank you. So also in light of COVID-19 situation in Slovenia, the year 2020 represented a stress test of electronic networks and services due to the mass use of information technology and consequently possible issue concerning availability and quality of service. So due to the increase in traffic because of work at home and schooling from home, it also reflected on higher capacity needs. But the operators in Slovenia actually showed a very high degree of independence, and they increased both interconnection and base station capacities. Operators solved this issue relatively quickly. Quality of service, therefore, has not been decreased. So ACOS didn't impose any additional remedies which would have an impact on quality of service during the COVID-19. Now, also because of the COVID, we have not noticed any increase of end-user disputes at ACOS. So we passed it also very well in Slovenia. Thank you.
Thank you. Louis Marc, same question. How have you strengthened your networks and suffering from increasing traffic?
Je vous remercie de la parole, Andrew. Donc, ce que nous avons fait, bon, ça aujourd'hui, un test de stress, parce que aujourd'hui, le stress est devenu en termes une activité permanente, parce que c'est vraiment un changement de paradigme, un changement d'habitude que nous avons pris aujourd'hui. Et pour cela, les investissements pendant cette période de 2020, les infrastructures ont bien répondu. Les données sont restées accessibles. Il y a eu une très bonne collaboration entre les opérateurs et les régulateurs ainsi que l'État et toutes les demandes. Mais après, nous avons à ce moment vu aussi des failles de sensibilité comme la multiplication des investissements en fibre optique en termes de redondance et en termes d'accès à des câbles sous-marins. Nous avons changé totalement en termes même de vision dans le pays. Les investissements en termes de communication électronique ont été revus à la hausse parce que le besoin est devenu de plus en plus présent. Et nous avons mis en place des comités de travail aussi bien avec le ministère des Télécoms, la régulation et les opérateurs, les structures des consommateurs, afin de pouvoir étudier dans les meilleurs cas comment sécuriser les données et garantir à ce que cette période de stress ne soit plus qu'une période de stress, mais soit réellement un nouveau mode de vie et garantir les débits là où nous avons vu les flux, les taux et les niveaux de débit exploser. Donc, nous avons revu l'infrastructure, non pas pour répondre, mais afin d'améliorer et surtout pour nous prémunir des risques futurs. Voilà. Je vous retourne la parole.
Thank you very much. Isaiah, it's your turn. What have you done? How have you dealt with this crisis?
Thank you, Andrew. Well, in fact, in Cape Verde, COVID-19 brought a tremendous increase when it comes to traffic. That seems to be the situation in almost all countries. In our particular case, we had a 57% increase on 4G traffic, for instance, 29% increase on 3G, and even GSM, we had a 20% increase on GSM traffic. And of course, all this made us increase our international capacity. We're talking here about a backbone. We increased our international capacity in 50%. Exactly to give the right response to this increasing demand during this COVID-19 pandemic. Of course, investments had to be made. Now, internally, we also experienced some congestion, especially on peak hours. And we, in order to help the operators, we as regulators, we made a spectrum available for the operators. And especially during the period of time that people, were confined at home, we had to make spectrum available, and we did it free of charge, of course, for a certain period of time, in order to make sure that people at home would be able to work and the students would also be able, to attend their classes using the various online platforms. So yes, there was an substantial increase on the traffic, and there was a strong need of a coordinated response from the operators on one hand, and also from the regulator. And there was also a strong need of, regularly monitoring the evolution of the traffic. We had weekly reports brought to us by the operators on the development, on the evolution of the traffic, so that at our level as regulators, we could also take the necessary action. So I would say that yes, there was a tremendous impact in terms of traffic increase. We had to increase 50% when it comes to international connectivity. We had to make more spectrum available, and we had to regularly monitor the evolution of the situation so that we could take the necessary action and take the necessary action on time. Over to you, Andrew.
Thank you very much. You just confirmed what I thought. That increase in traffic in some places resulted to bigger revenues, but on the part of backbone, probably more investment. But the question I have here is, are the operators taking those increased revenues back into investment to be ready for the next pandemic? Great. I have only 2 minutes to go, but I would like to pose this question. What new policy and regulatory tools can be leveraged to trigger a multiplier effect on investment in digital infrastructure and services? We do know by now that the tools that we are using are increasingly helpful holistically, not only to regulators, but also to operators and investors. So what tools can be leveraged now? And let me again start with Natasha, please.
Yes, okay. Based on our experience, the main trigger for investment is still competition on the market. The regulator has to establish the environment that operators can compete on the market. In Slovenia, we have 3 big fixed infrastructure operators, and they are fighting for each end users. They are building and upgrading their networks, but unfortunately, there are still some areas that are not covered with NJ networks. So for these areas, for example, they can use our portals with the information about planned investments and all other infrastructure, which is included in the portals. So end users can also request for universal service if there is no alternative infrastructure available at their household. And in the end, also, of course, state aid projects are also very important to cover those areas. So that's from my side.
Thank you very much. Mark, please, also 30 seconds.
Merci Andrew. Ce que je peux dire rapidement concernant ce levier que nous pouvons avoir, je pense que nous devons déjà avoir des actions coordonnées pour arriver à choisir nos investissements avec de manière spécifique. Nous devons, en termes d'un regard étatique vers les opérateurs, avoir bien sûr le levier qui sont peut-être certainement dans certains cas une légère baisse de certaines taxes afin de faciliter les investissements, parce que le nerf de la guerre pour pouvoir continuer les investissements et faire face, et l'État se doit d'accompagner réellement les opérateurs en termes peut-être d'allègement de certaines taxes pour pouvoir booster le gain, comme vous avez dit, vers des investissements et surtout un suivi pour la réalisation de ces projets. Coordonner aussi des investissements ou de l'accompagnement qui peut être d'une manière internationale et mieux les cibler pour pouvoir répondre à l'élargissement de nos infrastructures dorsales. Merci.
Excellent. You also have your 30 seconds.
Is the floor given to me, Andrew? I didn't get your message.
Hello?
Yes, do I have the floor, Andrew?
Yes, please go ahead. But
right,
you lost 5 seconds. Go on.
All right, no problem. Let's try to be quick then. It was not my fault, it was the connectivity, you see? Well, very quickly, I would say that number one, we need level playing field for everyone. When we have a level playing field for all the operators, things get better. Number two, I would say that we need to promote infrastructure sharing, of course, universal service. But if we manage to make internet as a basic or essential service, we can make a tremendous progress in this area. I think I took 30 seconds. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you ever so much. Thank you very much. And you've been wonderful. You've been, I'm not even going to try and recap what you all said. I think it is evident the role of regulation in ensuring that there is sustainable investment in the country to then expand our connectivity. This actually, our discussion just now reminded me of a report that I read not so long ago. In their 2020 affordability report, the Alliance for Affordable Internet makes 3 policy recommendations. 1, support and mandate government ministries to collaborate in dig once policies that enable savings in large public works projects. 2nd, enact and regularly update infrastructure sharing regulations that encourage fair access and enable market competition, which just came out now. And 3rd, use publicly funded backhaul projects as interconnective routes to support community networks and community networking and smaller operators. I think what you said, plus what Alliance for Affordable Internet found out in their research, is telling in what we should do going forward in supporting regulation, getting government involved, getting private sector involved, and that is the only way. There is one thing that I would like to ask, and this is, if, Carol, if you are standing in front of Musk, who we know has a lot of money, or if you are going to ask another Fortune 500 company to invest in this, in connectivity, in this digital space, what tweet size message would you give them? I'm sorry to surprise you, but I know.
Yeah, I would say believe in cooperation, do the support, and please cooperate and of course believe in our regulatory approach, and regulatory tools are used fairly and well. And these tools are key to facilitate and to foster the investments, which are the resilient source for our times. So that sounds a bit political, but as your question.
Absolutely, and I do agree. By the way, I do agree with your sentiments.
Yeah,
or the guys that are bringing cash start to believe in us, who are making policy and regulation. Let's make regulations that are inclusive, that are collaborative, and that are sustainable. And the investment will come. You've been wonderful, all of you. And I ask everybody, wherever they are, to join me in thanking this very insightful, very thoughtful panel that has given us a lot to think about. I thank you. I now would like to tell you that we do have a 23-minute break because I ate 7 of those minutes. So we have a break. Go and grab something to eat and have a great afternoon. And I thank you all again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew.
So we'll return at exactly 13:30.
How are you?
Sorry?
Yes.
Sorry.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, it's 13:31. Maybe let's wait for 1 minute to give some colleagues to come back from this short, but we hope very effective lunch break. So bear with us, and I will already invite my colleagues and also the panelists to prepare themselves for entering on the panel. So it's 13:32, so maybe in line with our plan. Let's kick off the session. Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome after the break. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to the next session, Roundtable, focusing on the collaborative regulation, which will be led and facilitated by our colleague, Julia Lozanova. So I'm having the pleasure of handing over the floor to her. Julia, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Jaroslav, and good afternoon to all in Africa and in Europe and everywhere else. It is a great pleasure and honor for me to be here with you today to moderate this roundtable discussion. We have such an exciting and important topic and a group of excellent speakers, so we have all the ingredients of a great debate ahead of us. Fifth generation collaborative regulation. It is a mouthful, but you're hopefully familiar, to some extent at least, with the ITU concept crafted around it. Collaborative regulation marks a fundamental change in the way that government develops regulatory frameworks and, importantly, how they implement those. It reveals how collaboration among institutions, industry stakeholders, and cross-sector regulators is critical for regulatory relevance, coherence, and impact at the domestic, regional, and international levels in areas such as health, finance, education, transportation, and energy. At ITU, we have done a fair amount of research over the past 5 years, and today we are here to put in the spotlight national approaches leading towards collaborative regulation. And we will do so with the help of our distinguished panelists. Let me introduce them. Mrs. Cristiana Flutur is the head of International Affairs Unit at ANCOM, Romania. She is also co-president of CEPT and chairman of COM-ITU. Welcome, Cristiana.
Thank you very much.
We also have with us Dr. Emmanuel Manasseh, Director of Industry Affairs at the Tanzania Communications Regulatory Authority, TCRA. Thank you for being with us, Mr. Manasseh.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Fiacre Mushimir is Senior Manager, Technology Innovation at the Rwanda Utilities Regulatory Authority, RURA. Good afternoon, Mr. Mushimir.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm looking forward to talk to everyone.
And last but not least, we have with us Mr. Dimitru Grichuk, Head of the Management, Policy and Strategic Analysis Department at Arceti, Moldova. Welcome, Dimitru. I am delighted to have all of you for this roundtable discussion, and I'm sure we will have lots of insights coming out of it. I will give the floor to all of you for initial thoughts, but before I do so, we have with us Mrs. Sophie Maddens, the head of the Policy and Regulatory Environment team of the Development Bureau, my team, and she will get us started with a short presentation of the ITU framework for collaborative regulation. Sophie, over to you.
Thank you very much, Julia, and thank you to everybody. Amazing, wonderful panel we have with us today. So very much looking forward to the discussions. And in fact, this morning during the different panels, we heard a lot about good regulation, adapting the regulation, inclusive decision-making, evidence-based decision-making, dialogue across stakeholders, countries, regions, and sectors. But as Julia said, now we're focusing on the national collaboration. This all as we see digital at the center of so much we do, and dare I say, the road to digital transformation of societies. Bless you. This session will address collaborative regulation for inclusive connectivity. But before going into further details, let us reflect on how regulation has evolved. Next slide, please. Let me give you a little bit of background on ITU's collaborative regulation framework. The past 20 years of regulatory reform, it's really been like a roller coaster that we've all been on, not only in the telecom sector, but also beyond. And I'm sure you've always witnessed it in your area. And why has regulation evolved at such a rapid pace? Because markets have, and dare I say, because societies have. Because digital is no longer seen as a luxury, but an intrinsic part of our life. And no better have we seen it than in this last year. And this morning, Goodluck talked about digital financial services. Without the D, there is no DFS. So traditionally, regulation has either resisted or struggled to catch up with markets, market developments, societal developments. Today, we as regulators, we can't afford to keep catching up with the markets. In many respects, we're expected to lead markets and ensure long-term resilience and growth. Again, we heard that this morning. And in many industries, the trends driving the evolution of regulatory frameworks over the past 2 decades, they actually have been rather similar. The States has often moved out of market operations to leave private sector initiative, shape market dynamics, and dare I say, investments. And so we've seen separate regulators created to oversee sector markets and regulations evolving from obligation-based to incentive-based. And as we heard this morning, decision-making processes have become more inclusive. And consumers, end users, not profit or market share. We heard that from Annemarie Sipkes. End users come into the center of the regulator's attention and regulatory organizations and associations. And again, this morning we heard data has become the basis of policy and decision-making. It's right there on top of the priorities. So the future impact of regulation has become a primary consideration in regulatory processes. And this framework of generations of regulation developed by ITU reflects this evolution. Initially from a sector perspective, and more recently, as Julia said, in the last 5 years, we've looked at it holistically, looking how governments have configured their legal and institutional frameworks for this digital transformation. Can I describe it as a regulatory ladder, where generations 1 through 4 reflect the evolving levels of regulatory maturity and, dare I say, market openness and market entry, focusing narrowly on the telecom and then the ICT sector. But the 5th generation marks a major shift from sector-specific to holistic, cross-sector policies and regulations. Is it easy? No, it's a process, it's a ladder. It's a process where together we discuss, we learn the best way for our particular environment. G4 in the last decade has become the established standard for ICT integrated regulation led by economic and social considerations. Yet 4 in 10 countries still language in G1 and 2, and really they miss out on development opportunities and global digitization. So this G5, not 5G, G5, the 5th generation of collaborative regulation, that is really the next frontier in terms of holistic digital regulation. Next slide, please. So why do we need collaborative regulation? Let me say a few words about the framework we've developed, and which Julia has actually been piloting and leading over the past few years, and how we've done it together. The digital journey brings together all players from different backgrounds and sizes into one living network. It's true for markets, But it's also not different for regulation. A silo approach is no longer an option for navigating that digital transformation. So a few years ago, we started building that concept around the best practice experience we found in many countries. We found that collaboration is a defining element of digital regulation and a core asset of this 5th generation regulation. Like we heard this morning, collaboration must engage a broad, diverse range of stakeholders in informed, evidence-based rulemaking and decision-making. It gives all the opportunity to participate in that discussion leading towards decision-making and contributing to the success of others and forging inclusive momentum around that key core mission of generating economic and social impact, with priority really on social impact. And digital regulation now occurs across a network of centers of expertise and enforcement. Again, we heard that this morning. Expertise build that capacity, but also talk across the sector with policymakers, with all. We have this shared focus and accountability among the government agencies and stakeholders, and that really is starting to replace the ICT silo model. Once the concept of collaborative regulation was sound enough, we focused our efforts on developing a metric, the G5 benchmark, and that reflects all these trends. And we've also been developing a series of collaborative regulation case studies. We're working on it right now, and you'll hear more in a little while. This in collaboration with the countries which we have on this panel today. Next slide, please. Let's look at some of the governance mechanisms. So collaboration within government involves various agencies working together on a common issue. Does it mean we go into the mandate, onto the territory, the turf of others? No, but sometimes there are these overlaps. There are these common issues where the ICT regulator shares the responsibility or creates strategies overlapping with other sectoral agencies' jurisdictions. And as digitization impacts and becomes an integral component of other sectors, that interagency collaboration becomes crucial. And can we just click on the slide so that we have the various mechanisms there? Thank you. And again, thank you. So it becomes crucial to ensuring that regulatory certainty, but also continuity across all the industries, because digital is first, digital is center. Now, is there one model? Is there one way to collaborate? No, it comes in many shapes and forms in different countries and across various agencies. There is no one silver bullet for collaboration to work and to deliver that positive outcome. Informal collaboration stands out with its flexibility, but is it certain or is it uncertain? Formal collaboration is more stable, but it can still provide rigid under certain circumstances. And like with all the regulation we have, just having a text does not mean it's implemented. So formal collaboration also needs to be implemented. And market players expect both flexibility when there's new products and services on their way, but also stability and predictability when investment plans are made. So let's think about that when we come to the panel. Now, Julia, next slide, please. Let me hand back to you for the final slide. Julia, back to you.
Thank you very much, Sophie. That was a great piece of background and very helpful to frame our discussion on national approaches to collaborative regulation. I will talk just for a minute about the work that we have done with the countries we have today on the panel and a few others, so we can also understand where that work comes from. Over the past 6 months, we've been working on 7 case studies with a focus on collaborative regulation in different regions, in 3 different regions. And we will be adding at least 5 more case studies to this portfolio in the coming months in the lead up to the main GSR event at the end of June. We have the 4 countries on this panel that have done a fantastic work into mapping their institutional government systems and looking into how collaboration is actually working and what it is delivering. And we are here today to learn from those experiences and also from our global research. I'm very grateful to you all for all the work that we have done together to this point, and for all the work that we will be doing from now on. We have a little bit more to go, and we hope that more countries will also join us in this debate. And I'm especially thankful to all of you for taking the challenge to do this, because we're doing it in a different way. We're doing it in an innovative and creative way. We're taking you out of your comfort zone, and we hope that this will move the debate forward. So thank you very much for that. So based on the different country case study experiences that we have explored in different regions, we found recurring patterns or vectors for the success of regulatory policies for the digital transformation and the digital economy. The first vector, Sophie already mentioned it, is implementation. And I would be very interested to hear the views of our panelists in a minute, but let's summarize it in this way. The best regulation or policy is the one that gets implemented. Strategies and policies need to be bold, but executable. And regulators and policymakers need to excel in both vision and operation. They also need to design concrete mechanisms to make sure policies make a difference on the ground, that they have impact. And for this, it is key to streamline data-driven processes to support regulatory compliance and policy implementation. And Sophie already touched upon this idea and this trend, actually, in the first roundtable this morning. And since the focus on policymaking and regulation is on policy and regulation design and adoption, the implementation gap needs special attention to ensure that policy goals are met and regulatory frameworks are effectively serving markets and ultimately consumers. So in our discussion with the panel, it would be interesting to reflect around those thoughts. Is there a blind spot between legal frameworks and their implementation? We'll come back to that. The second vector for the success of regulatory policies is, unsurprisingly, collaboration. Collaboration has a dual role, which needs to be leveraged. On one hand, the process of collaboration is important, as it builds bridges over silos, creates efficiencies, builds a common language between institutions and stakeholders, and provides for learning. On the other hand, putting in place collaborative processes does not necessarily automatically lead to effective collaborative governance. Collaboration is the defining element of digital regulation. Again, Sophie just mentioned it. However, this only happens when collaboration is outcome-focused and actually delivering, or at least contributing to positive market and consumer outcomes, such as lower prices, more people connected, or new services hitting the markets. One last thought here, and it goes back to the implementation vector. Policy implementation also needs to be collaboration-based. And here we should consider not only government agencies, the sector and cross-sector regulators, which are the natural partners of the ICT regulators and policymakers, but also industry players and consumer associations. And this has been an idea that has been coming back to the debate in all the roundtable discussions since this morning. But to some extent, it is still not very common to bring the private sector perspective intrinsically and throughout the policy and regulatory processes, from design to prototyping to implementation. It's a bit like mixing oil and water. The environment is lacking ability to induce a blending of perspectives and genuine partnerships. I would argue that this is one of the main challenges in enhancing regulatory compliance and policy implementation in the digital transformation, and even more importantly, achieving social and economic policy goals. I'll leave it there and look forward to hear the views of our distinguished panelists now. But before I do that, I'll make just one quick procedural point. Please be brief, so we can turn it around a few times and get your sense of today's topics. We should leave some space for questions from the audience too. So please keep your interventions to 2 to 3 minutes. And since I'm not very good at timekeeping, I will still have to intervene. So I really hope that you help me with that to ensure that everyone has equal speaking opportunity. And please also do not forget to speak at a pace that is not too fast for translation, because we have our interpreters helping us get our messages across also in French. Thank you in advance for your collaboration. Christiana, can I please ask you to go first and to give us your thoughts? Over to you.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for the very good introduction of the panel. I will try to be brief. There is a lot to talk about, but I may give you some of our insights. So first, I think that collaborative regulation might be the only response that we see for the paradigm shift in regulation of the telecommunications sector. We are witnessing a historic moment when regulation must adapt to the new conditions, to the digital conditions. The ICTs have moved beyond the era of voice and text, as we all know. The boundary between traditional telecom services and digital services is getting thinner and thinner. Like the telecom sector, regulation must also innovate and evolve. We see the approach in the European Union with new proposals coming to regulate big platforms to the benefit of end users. If we are to take advantage of the digital world, we need more secure, more trust, and more level playing field in the digital world. Collaboration between different stakeholders and competent authorities is more important than ever right now. We will have to rethink the rules and enforce them in a way that doesn't affect the digital ecosystem's ability to innovate. I also feel that this change is more about the end user than it is about the operators, platforms, or markets. Policy offers structure and foreseeability. However, repeated change in policy also results in lack of predictability, which can be quite harmful. So, in my opinion, there is not a particular legal or administrative instrument that is essential to collaboration, but the stability of the instruments already set in place is a key factor that can help us with the implementation of the new regulations. We have different competent authorities that are foreseeing competition, privacy, data protection, cybersecurity. The real challenge is making these entities working together. So an inclusive approach, meaning the involvement of all parties interested in setting the objectives and actions required from them, is very much needed. A vision of how the future regulation will look fosters innovation for investment and alignment of business objectives to national strategic goals. Last but not least, in Romania, we are always keeping an eye on what other countries do. Some European member states have already acted, for example, on the new EU proposals regarding the digital markets. So we look at what they are doing in terms of governance, in terms of responsibilities and competencies. the ITU, the body of European regulators, BEREC, just to name a few, are platforms of collaboration, instruments in learning from the experience of other administrations. And I believe that is why we are here, also at this roundtable, to use the international setup to share ideas and best practices. So we must use our diversity to work in our advantage, because after all, we are facing the same challenges. That's it as an introduction, and I give the floor back to you. Thank you, Julia.
Thank you very much, Christiana, for sharing those very valuable points. And indeed, collaboration happens at the national level and within the different countries, but it's also so important to actually bring it one level up and to really generalize the work on collaboration across the board. Thank you for that. We will go now to Dr. Emmanuel Manasseh, and we're eager to hear your initial thoughts on this debate.
Thank
the
you
floor
very
is
much.
yours.
Thank you very much for this privilege to be a panelist in this inciting and very exciting session. As you explained, I'm from Tanzania. I'll give some experience of collaborative regulation in Tanzania. Number one, I strongly agree that without collaboration, it's very difficult to achieve the goals of digitization or digital transformation. I can start with a very good example that the sector that we are regulating is an enabler of various sectors. Julia, in your introductory part, you said the digital financial service, the DFS is there because of that D. If you omit the D, you remain with traditional financial services. So you see the importance that we are regulating a sector that is transforming and increasing efficiency to other sectors. So that calls for collaboration. A good example, for example, we, the regulator of communication, we work very close to the central bank, and that enabled the implementation of mobile money. You know, for Tanzania now, mobile money is one of the most relevant and efficient services that have enabled a lot of Tanzanians to have these financial services. But how could that be achieved? Simply is through the so-called collaboration, because the central bank regulates the finance service. We are regulating the communication, but we come together. Instead of regulating vertically, we regulate horizontally, where you take on board those institutions and regulators that are relevant for a certain objective or goal to be achieved, and then you work together, either, as you explained, could be informal or formal. The formal way that we are using in Tanzania, we signed the so-called memorandum of understanding between two regulators so that we can exchange, and the memorandum of understanding is going to specifically consider those issues that we need to work in collaboration to achieve the goal. So I look at this as the key in achieving each and everything. There's a collaboration among the government regulatory bodies, collaboration among government institutions, and collaboration with private sector as well. Another good example that I can give is when we talk of digital economy or digital transformation, we are talking of enhancing and connectivities so that most of the services could be accessed digitally. And this involves layout of digital infrastructure. Laying out of digital infrastructure requires collaborative regulation or requires collaborative effort among institutions. Let me give a good example. If I want to lay a fiber, then there's another institution that's involved. You know, the right of way to some countries is still a big difficulty and one of the constraints of laying fibers. And as a regulator of communication, you are not regulating the land. So, but you can communicate in a way that we are solving one goal of connecting and digitizing and transforming the society. So you sit with the relevant ministry, relevant regulators, you discuss that, look, if the right of way is reduced, then these private sectors plus the government could lay the fiber network that is necessary for providing essential connectivity to
Thank you very much, Dr. Manasseh. Indeed, I mean, your thoughts were the natural extension of the story that we started in our presentation in the beginning of the panel, and also really relate very well to even the European experience that Christiana shared with us. And it's very interesting indeed, because we still sometimes refer to the ICT sector, but is it a sector anymore? It has really become the foundation of the whole economy. So it's much more than a sector. And since it really cuts across all the different elements, collaboration is what would make ICTs transformational. So thank you very much for sharing the experience of Tanzania, and for keeping to time.
Thank you.
And now we will move on to Mr. Fiacre Mushimir. And we're very keen on hearing your take on this topic. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, Yuria. Thanks to the other panelists. As my colleagues have said, corroborative regulation is basically a must in this era. And the key requirement is actually not only the changes that we've seen in the technology, but also within the new emerging business models. The telecommunication companies, as my colleague from Tanzania have said, are also coming up with new products. They're no longer just offering the three main services, the voice, data, and calls and messages that they did in the beginning of this telecommunication, mobile, especially in the mobile ecosystem. And the emergence of services like mobile money have really made it extremely hard for, because it blurs the line between financial regulation and telecommunication regulation. So it is a must, because if we don't intervene either on both sides, from the financial side and from the telecommunication side, the consumers are the ones that suffer due to this regulatory gap that exists between the authorities. So it is mandatory for the authorities in charge to sit down together. And actually, would like to thank the role that ITU has played in this. For example, the current MOU that we have with the central bank is based on the template that was produced during the focus group on digital financial services, which was at ITU FGDFS. So they laid out a model template, and then that is what we built on with our own lawyers and the central bank's lawyer to help clarify the line between both regulator, especially where the authority overlaps. So, and this particular challenge also is faced with other sectors. We are seeing a lot of applications in the healthcare, delivering medical services online. And we have also to sit down with the authority in that sector and agree on how to proceed, how the service affects the delivery of the service, consumer protection on these ends, and who basically is liable for what. So I look forward to actually learning more from my colleagues, and we'll be able to share our own experience with regards to this collaboration with the other government key stakeholders, the private itself, and the industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mushimir, and I hope that you really learn from the other panelists and you find those insights valuable. But we definitely have a lot of things to learn from your experience at RURA and in Rwanda in general. I worked very closely with our expert on the case study on Rwanda, and you have done some really fantastic work in making that collaboration work, in really going across all the silos. You mentioned the new business models that are bringing new challenges, the blurring lines between sector-specific regulations. There will always be challenges, and probably even more so as we go forward in the digital transformation. But your country experience actually also shows that there are solutions at hand. So thank you very much for those insights. And we will now move to Mr. Dimitru Grichuk, our panelist from Anarcheti, Moldova. Dimitru, are you with us? I know you had some difficulties connecting.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Yeah, had some difficulties, some issues, but
great. We're
I'm
very happy to have
me.
you with us, and please, we're delighted to listen to your thoughts.
Thank you. Same for me. Yes. As everyone mentioned before me, now we are in a kind of a new era, let's say, and the pandemic situation, I think, that accelerated the development and the importance of the IT sector. And now we, as even you mentioned, we cannot speak about the development of IT sector without mentioning that it became like an accelerator of development of some new facilities, some new services that are offered by businesses and even by government to the population. During this period, occurred a lot of new challenges as for us, for agency, for the regulatory agency in this field, and also for the agencies and the responsible institutions from other fields. Just we have to solve them together. Now, even as it was mentioned in the presentation before, in the beginning of the panel, we, I think, are trying more to solve all these issues, all these problems in a more informal way, just using our relations that were established during a lot of time, during a lot of, or a big period of time that we are working together with different institutions. But now we feel it's more important, like, to formalize all these activities in order to have some touchable results in a way. And even during the last, I think last week, we just established 2 working groups with different agencies on different topics, just in order to have to be able to solve with common efforts some problems that occurred during this period. But I think that this formalization also depends on the openness in our country more, how all the institutions are open to answer to this, let's say, call that our agency is giving to the market, and not even to the market, but to the economy, and how they are, and if all these institutions are ready to participate in these working groups and are ready to work on these common problems and to identify those common solutions on these common problems that we have. It's more easy if we are speaking about some agency or institutions from the same field. So if we are talking, for example, we had this week good discussions and good collaboration with the National Service on Radio Frequencies Management. So we are 2 institutions from the same field, and we have some common goals and some common problems, and we just want and need to solve them in order to, because we are responsible by law of them. But when it comes to some topics that are not directly responsible some other institutions, it's much more difficult to involve them in these processes. So this collaborative approach, I think, as everyone mentioned, is very important, but each of us has to understand how we can implement it more efficiently in order to all the parties to be interested, to be involved in this process. So I think these are to be
Charlotte speaking. Good afternoon.
In a way more short. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm happy. Sorry.
Hello.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dimitru, for your introductory thoughts. And it was very relevant indeed to highlight the importance of exploring constantly and consistently new ways of collaboration, and really looking for the one that works best in the different situations and with the different stakeholders. So thank you very much for this. So that's brilliant. All those thoughts were extremely helpful and valuable. So now we can go straight to some concrete questions. And I welcome the views of all of you on those questions. And please also feel free to react to the views of your panelists and to build on those. So let's start with one of the most challenging, but also the most crucial and important questions. In upgrading and refining your country's policy and regulatory frameworks for the ICT sector and the digital transformation, what has been the single most difficult challenge you have faced? And how did you overcome that? And I will maybe start again with Dimitru, because I understand that he has excuse me for just 1 second. I have a teleworker. We will start with you, Dimitri, so we can let you go and continue the collaboration with the ministry. We see that the collaboration is going full steam in Moldova. So please take this question and please tell us about the challenges and the solutions you have recently faced in Moldova.
So yes, thank you. So I think that partly I've mentioned all the challenges that we are facing during our collaboration in my introductory speech. But still, I want to mention that it's more easy to overcome all these barriers that appears during this collaboration when you are talking about some common challenges with the institutions from the same field, when you have some common goals and you just speak the same language. But if we have a problem, and the last we have a very good example that we had, we can call it a collaboration because it was a kind of a common problem of NRCETI and of audio-visual council. They have their law, they have audio-visual law. And we have our law on the electronic communication, but still, even in their law and in our law, there are some, let's say, regulations, yes, or some provisions of this law that were separately somehow developed. And when we came to, or we needed to solve a kind of problem, we could not find a common solution because we as an agency had to say that and to stay on our positions. They, as a council, had their law and they had to stay on their positions. And so we needed, if we are saying about how we overcome these challenges, we just had to elaborate a common position on this topic, and in a way to we can say even to overcome the provisions of both laws and saying that there is such an issue and just to go forward to solve the problem. But this problem could not for sure happen if we had together with the ministry or with the parliament who had drafted these provisions of the law, if we were all parties involved during the process of law elaborations or amendment of the law, and these aspects could easily be overcome and just be drafted with similarly in both laws, and to be clearly divided our responsibilities and the responsibilities of audiovisual council. What the fact that did not happen during that period of time. That's why we needed to find some we can say semi-legal solutions here, or some not permanent but temporary solutions on these topics. So this is a very, very difficult process if you do not have a collaboration of the first stages of if we are talking about the law drafting processes, because a lot of problems that we are facing, comes from the beginning, from the fact that each institution, each structure, each stakeholder tried just to solve their separate problem, and they are not trying to look on this subject, on this field more open and in more extended way. So, to be brief, I think that something like this I can explain my position and our challenges that we faced during our activity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And those were such valuable points. And indeed, we come over and over again to the same issue of building a common language for all national stakeholders and even international stakeholders on the topic of regulation. And again, this depending on the areas of expertise and the decision kind of mandates of the different authorities, it might be difficult. But in your case, you have overcome that through some flexibility, listening to the others and trying to walk in the shoes of the other regulator effectively. So that definitely sounds like a very valuable lesson to take away. Thank you for that. And if you need to leave and continue the collaboration at the national level, thank you very much for joining us, and you can leave us here. And we will make sure that we continue the collaboration on the case study in the coming weeks.
Yes, thank you for sure. Thank you. Thank you, and have a nice day and a nice conversation forward.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
Great. So now we can go back to our three distinguished panelists, and I can, Christiana, I see that you have a point to make. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. I just want to build on exactly what Dumitru mentioned. I think that the problems, if we are talking about the legal framework, it is, of course, important to start from the beginning to try to have it in a coherent way. And it's very hard to achieve. We need the proper legal instruments to tackle this digital transformation. For us, we have the instruments at EU level, yes, but we need to adapt them to the national situation. And that is not very easy to do, as my colleague from Moldova also mentioned, to put everyone at the table and to try to agree. Of course, also political consensus is a big challenge, and I think it's the case everywhere, but it's not impossible. In the end, we need to, everyone needs to understand the need for change and to keep the stakeholders at every step of the way involved I think is most beneficial. So at every step of the way, if we are all engaged both at expert level and at higher management level with all stakeholders, and also I'm talking about the national institutions, I think this is at least a way to start, to have a better start and not to go into problems later on. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And it's very interesting because we realize that the different experiences at the national level in different regions are often very common. I really know that if I can summarize, collaboration is a journey. It's not that you would have a legal instrument in place that it will work right away. You need to build the process, you need to build the community, you need to build the trust with the national stakeholders. And it's also a together journey. And really, all the different stakeholders need to be involved in every step and stage of the process. So thank you very much for that. We are moving now to another region. And I'm really interested to hear the views of, let's say, Rwanda. Mr. Mushimir, can you give us an insight in Rwanda's challenges? I'm sure you've met some, and how you have dealt with them.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, we've had also similar challenges, like the colleagues just said, with on the legal side. I think the biggest challenge for us has been to when you have two authorities with competing demands. So, for example, I'll give you an example here. Let's say, for example, we have the central bank, who's has a policy that is to drive financial inclusion. So they want as many people to have access to this particular service as much as possible. But they forget that, for example, the current system that is being used is affecting the telecommunication service. So we have also high QoS and QoE metrics. And the more services that are being delivered on this platform affects the metrics on our side. Or the security considerations that are a priority to the telecommunication sector, for whom, for them, it is a secondary objective because they have a policy objective, that is, we need to get as many accounts as possible. So then you realize that they launched their own campaign, they're encouraging people to do this, but they forgot to consult with the other entity. And in the end, you realize that you could undermine each other's score. So what basically was agreed on, and then is to set up some kind of national steering committee where everyone that is affected in this particular work, for example, the payment sector, all the banks, the telcos, the regulators, come on the table and we all agree on having similar goals and metrics, and to ensure that not one party is excluded out while they have some power over either stopping or impacting this particular government policy objective negatively. So I think that was really hard, and it's also very hard to convince other government agencies that have their own KPIs that you need to bring us on the table. But when they don't achieve this. So in the end, we came up with the mechanisms of solving this by setting basically key focal points in particular organizations. Whenever they know that we are affected, or whenever we're going to do something that we know that affects them, we have to consult them. And we really have to try everything in all the possible engagement until we get some form of commitment from them, or they give us a non-objection. I think that in the beginning, it was very crucial. And anyone that is going to go through a similar process may have to deal with the same challenges. But trying our best. Not everything is running 100% smooth, but at least we have processes now. And it gets the job done. Thanks.
Well, this is effectively the most important part. If it works for markets, if it works for consumers, that really justifies the effort and the energy put into collaboration processes. And in your points here, I would really like to stress again the importance of the whole of government approach, that attitude of all the agencies to usefully collaborate, really to give a hand to each other, and rather than closing their doors when there is an issue of common interest. You also mentioned the evidence-based decision processes. I mean, this is something that was also discussed this morning, and this is really one of the pillars of the collaborative regulation governance approach. It is very important, and again, building a common language also in terms of the KPIs, of the metrics, of the data that we use, so the decisions are actually based on the same data. This is really important for consistency, and I really like the point as well about creating a network of focal points across the organizations, really clarifying expectations and roles, so the momentum doesn't get lost. And every time there is a need to consult, the channels are already there. So that's a very interesting lesson to take away as well. Great insights indeed. And we can maybe now move to one more question. how important is collaboration and collaborative regulation when it comes to translating regulatory actions into outcomes for markets, for consumers, and accelerating connectivity? And what is really the key to fostering that dialogue between all the government stakeholders? Do you, again, need to speak different languages to be able to collaborate with the different groups of stakeholders? Or is it that there is another piece of magic that needs to be put in place? And Mr. Manasseh, I will start this discussion with you, if that's okay.
All right, thank you very much. As you said, the regulatory action that need to be taken in collaborative in this action of collaborative regulations. Number one, maybe we need to streamline the efforts among the regulatory bodies and the government, because when you look at all these services that we are regulating, they're serving the same consumers. So when you look at the consumer group with the same, whether they need financial service, connectivity, connecting the unconnected, you see all these regulatory bodies, the government, private sector, all are serving the same consumers. So when you streamline the efforts and try to put and revisit the regulatory framework and see what works and what doesn't work, where to regulate and where to deregulate, where to have the flexibilities that allow services to be taken on board without putting too much regulations, I think it could be the proper way of serving the consumers. But when you look at on the other side as well, there's the whole concept of digital transformation and having the multi-sectoral policies. Instead of having a policy that is quite specific for a certain sector, then you have this multi-sectoral policy. A good example maybe I can give on that is you have like a country has ICT policy and you go to the agriculture sector, they don't know what is written in the ICT policy. You go to the health sector, they don't know what is written in there. But the policy in reality is talking about agriculture, is talking about energy, is talking about digitizing and transforming. But all these sectors are isolated. By having a multi-sectoral dialogue and sharing among regulatory bodies, and knowing that improving the life of the citizens or consumer, I can say, is through the collaboration of the government, the private sectors, and regulatory bodies in ensuring that the services are delivered efficiently, reliably, and serve the purpose of making the life better for the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, very valuable points indeed. Streamlining the actions of different agencies and coordination. So collaboration is very valuable, but coordination is what actually makes it outcome-based. Thank you very much for those thoughts. Christiana, would you like to add something to that?
Yes, I think so. I think the points made by my colleague were very, very valuable, and I fully agree. And it is the case, I think, everywhere. We face the same challenges as I mentioned earlier, and this idea to have not only collaboration but also coordination, it is crucial for the different sectors, and as you mentioned, for the end users. The end users are the same. It's the population of our different countries. What an important role for us as regulators or for the policymakers is the proactive role to make the effort to bring everyone to the same table. This is something that, looking at the private sector, I'm not sure they can do that. They can try, they can propose, or they can make this point, but it's up to us to bring them to the table. So a constant dialogue being proactively done by us, I think is very important in this sense. Thanks.
Most definitely. Maybe even not only the ICT regulator or the other government agencies, but all stakeholders need to be more proactive in seeking the discussion and really trying to troubleshoot and problem solve for the sake of markets and for the sake of consumers ultimately. So indeed, the challenges are global, but there are many solutions that are local, and you have the privilege and the difficult task to actually be exploring those in order to find the one that works best in your situation. Mr. Mushimir, would you like to add something also to this discussion, please?
I think Dr. Manasseh has covered my challenge. This is exactly similar. It is this issue of awareness, even within the government itself. We really, you said this in the beginning as well, we think of ICT as an independent sector, but in reality, it is no longer the case. It is an enabler of other sectors, and it helps accelerate growth in those particular sectors. But the challenge is people in those sectors, the majority of them don't understand or don't know. and yeah, it becomes a problem. You really get into a fight with someone that you're actually trying to enable and help. And yeah, so hopefully I'll see if someone maybe has come up with a solution, but it is very, very challenging. And nonetheless, if you engage them and then you bring them on the table and you show them the value that this is bringing to them, and you actually engage them in really physical ways that they can see, and you tell them, look, if we do this, these are the results that you're going to have, and you keep your word, and they see some progress, you eventually get some people to buy in, and once they start to see the results, they start pressuring you, which I actually think is something really good. And I'm happy to see that the colleagues also are having the same challenges.
Yeah, I see them nodding. So I think they really relate to what you're saying. And again, you brought another interesting point, which is in order to be able to have that discussion in an informed way and in a sensible way, everyone needs to understand the issues properly. So that also brings up the importance of skilling up, really keeping abreast of all the developments that are happening in terms of technology. So the decisions can really be not political decisions, as Christiana referred to in her previous intervention, or the decisions of a certain agency just because they have the mandate, but really and truly because this is the best solution that the group has found to a certain problem. So thank you very much for that. And at this point, I will ask you for a very brief final word on maybe something that your regulatory authority is planning on doing in the next days or weeks in order to really cover that extra mile in getting closer to collaborative regulation. Christiana, could I start with you?
Yes, certainly. I can give you a brief example of what is being done, not only by the institution I work with, but by the government, by the Romanian institutions. So we have the initiatives at EU level now, the Digital Service Act and the Digital Markets Act. And at national level, for example, we now are working in 2 interinstitutional working groups, which have representatives from many institutions, and we are working as committees in order to decide the next steps. So we are implementing what also my colleague Mushimir mentioned, the focal points from different institutions getting together at the same table and discussing. So this is something that is going on right now. And thank you very much.
Well, excellent. So the journey continues. Mr. Manasseh, could you give us your final word, please?
Thank you very much. I strongly believe that we need adaptive, resilient, and collaborative and fit for purpose regulatory ecosystem. In Tanzania now, we are in the midst of creating the digital economy strategy. And we see the importance of involving all sectors and sit together to make sure that we bring everything on board, and also to make sure that ICT works for all other sectors in increasing efficiency creating jobs, and make this life better and easier for everyone. So in looking at that, we see that the center is collaborative regulations to ensure that we regulate horizontally and no longer vertically, that where each sector think of itself, but we think holistically by streamlining and coordinating the efforts to make sure that digital economy and digital transformation is real for all sectors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. And that regulatory dynamic is changing. We can all see it and we can all feel it, and we need to constantly adapt to it. Thank you very much indeed. And Mr. Mushimir, you have the final word from panelists, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would like to thank the colleagues. Hopefully, actually, we'll be getting in touch with them very, very soon. As I understand that this is not just our program, that is almost everyone's program. My collaborative approach would actually be on the regional side, as some of the challenges that we are having stems from the lack of a coordinated approach within the regional regulators. For example, as my colleague Dr. Manasseh said, if you look at the technologies that are emerging in this particular sector, like mobile money, and you realize that it is an non-standardized technology, and every market is doing its own thing, but in the end, we have our citizens doing business with each other. So we would like to see some recommendations on regional approaches, especially for these emerging new services. And my colleague from Europe, maybe they have a European umbrella framework that they could work in, but it would really be very helpful if we could get a similar thing on the East African level, for example, or African Union, and encouraging even information exchange and learning from each other between the regulators across these particular challenges that we are facing. It would be very, very helpful. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So collaboration is also the key to finding regional and global solution to market problems. This is an excellent way of wrapping it up, because our hour is actually up. I really enjoyed my time with you. It was such a valuable and insightful discussion. I hope you did too. And I hope that all our audience has actually benefited from your great experiences and vision. I would also like to extend a heartfelt thanks to your teams, because we've been working with your teams on the case studies over the past months. We still need to finalize most of them, but we're getting there, and it was really time well spent. And we really hope that it will benefit your own purposes, and the findings will also hopefully be helpful for others too. And on a final words, I would just also like to encourage all of you, panelists, and everyone in the audience, since most of you represent regulators, but even those who are actually representing private sector, to contribute to our best practice guidelines development. As you may have already noticed, the consultation for the GSR Best Practice Guidelines 2021 is now open. There is a special session on it at the end of today's journey. So please have a look at the themes. There is a lot about collaborative regulation, but we're also really trying to take that concept further and really see how it can be helpful on the ground. So we very much rely on your collaboration and on your inputs in order to craft the guidelines. So thank you very much indeed for taking the time, for the great insights. And I'm now going to sign off and give over the floor to Mr. Andrew Rugege, the IT Regional Director for Africa, to introduce the next roundtable. Andrew, over to you.
Thank you very much, sir. I was trying to unmute myself. Thank you for the titillating session. I would like to let everybody have a stretching break for 5 minutes, and we come back just after 15 or Your time, 14:46. Good afternoon once again. Welcome back. I assume that all of you are back. It is now my pleasure, my honor actually, to introduce my partner, my co-organizer of this event and the head of the ITU head of the Office for Europe, Mr. Jaroslav Ponda, who is going to moderate our third session of the day. I'll let him introduce the session. Yaroslav, please.
Thank you very much, Andrew, and welcome again, all participants after this short break. This is an exciting session because it talks about the collaboration. Since the morning, we've heard a lot of different statements referring to the strengthened collaboration between the both regions, but also strengthened collaboration within the ecosystem of the regulators. And this is the reason why it's my great pleasure to welcome today the distinguished representatives of the institutions which are really strongly advocating for collaboration in the field of the regulation. And it's my great pleasure to welcome Michel van Bellingen, BEREC Chair of 2021, who is also the chairman of the Belgian Institute for Postal Services and Telecommunications, being the NRA of the Belgium. We have also today Irene Kagwa Savan-Kambo, Director for Engineering and Communication Infrastructure at Uganda Communications Commission, as well as Solia Amazuz, PRIDA Project Manager from PRIDA and Senior Radio and Transmission and Broadcasting Officer from the African Union Commission. We have also today our colleague from Sweden, who is representing Ulf Larsson, Program Manager of the ICT Regulation Policy and Practice at SPIDER, Stockholm University, as well as Miss Eleanor Sarpong, a very well-known person and Deputy Director and Policy Lead at Alliance for Affordable Internet at the Worldwide Foundation. So welcome to this panel. It's our great pleasure to welcome you in this setup. We've heard a lot about the big expectations to connect and to bring the new generation connectivity to unconnected, but also upgrade those who are connected. So there is a lot of expectations on the shoulders of the regulators, but also on the shoulders of those who are supporting the implementation. And this is the reason why today we wanted to see what can be done in terms of the fostering the international collaboration, taking a look from the institutional, from the point of the institutional cooperation, knowledge development, maybe regulatory harmonization at the regional and interregional level, as well as at the different possible financial mechanisms which can be facilitated by the effective regulation, but also new innovative mechanisms. So let's start this session with the short statements from our distinguished the representatives of the institutions. And it's my great pleasure and honor to start this series of the introductory remarks by the introductory remarks of Michel van Bellingen, the chair of the BEREC.
Thank you so much, Jaroslav. Thank you very much indeed. And good afternoon, everyone. I'm really thrilled to be with you this afternoon as BEREC Chair 2021, the body of European regulators for electronic communications, established in 2009, and nowadays that groups all telco regulators for 37 countries. So BEREC is really committed to ensuring the consistent application of the European regulatory framework in the field of electronic communications, and more specifically, the European Electronic Communications Code with its 4 core objectives: promoting connectivity and access to very high capacity networks, promoting competition, also contributing to the development of the internal market in Europe, and also promoting the interests of citizens. And of course, within BEREC, we have adopted a strategy 21-25 last year for the 5 coming years. And we have adopted a special mission statement. BEREC aims at fostering the independent, consistent, and high quality regulations of digital markets for the benefit of Europe and its citizens. But it's in its strategy 2021-2025, we have also a part dealing with international cooperation. And of course, we fully recognize that there is an increasing volume of electronic communications exchange between Europe and the other regions of the world. We'll also see that this international cooperation with regulators of other regions, with groups of regulators of other regions is beneficial. We have issues in common. We are also following the trends in technology. We are also following the evolution of business models. So this is a global and borderless world. That's something we have to deal with. I need to stress that BEREC's international activities are integral part of the policies of the European Union in terms of cooperation topics and also in terms of priority regions we cooperate with. And indeed, we have already a good cooperation with different counterparts of different regions, like EMERC from the Mediterranean Sea, like IPREC for Western countries, or like Regulators from Latin America, but also memorandum of understanding signed with regulators of big countries like the United States of America, Canada, and India. So in this, the cooperation with Africa is growing, is more recent, but as electronic communications is booming also in Africa, and especially regarding the mobile markets, the PRIDA project is definitely something we really support. This is clearly acknowledged in our strategy 2021-2025, but we will come later to this also. I just want to end with two final remarks. Europe and Africa have been terribly struck by this COVID-19 pandemic, like other regions of the world, of course, and of course, we all recognize that connectivity has never been so much important in our lives, to stay in contact with family, colleagues, friends, for education, for healthcare. And so this is something that must be recognized. Telecommunications playing a vital role in our economies and societies in Europe and in Africa as well. And we are a regulator, have to play an important role by promoting this connectivity and building confidence for this type of services. Later this year, we will publish a draft report on the lessons learned about this COVID-19 crisis, and more specifically, an overview of all the regulatory measures and the best practices. Last point about this introductory remark. This crisis has also shown how deep is the digital divide, even in Europe, with about 15% of the citizens without access to high-speed internet, up to 40% in rural areas. And for this also, this is something where regulators can play a role. We will publish later this year a study on how to deal with digital divide. And with that, I will end now, and I will hand over to you, Jaroslav. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this introductory statement. And now let us move to Africa. And it's my great pleasure to introduce Ms. Irene Kagwa Savankambo. So the floor is yours, Irene.
Good morning, good afternoon. I think all of us are in that range. Always a pleasure to exchange ideas and views with colleagues from all around the continent, and a special thank you to ITU for making this particular one possible between the two continents. The subject of the panel is quite unique, and I'd actually thought I was going to come after my good friend Ulf, speaking about the context of especially PRIDA, the SPIDER project. Yes, I have been part of the PRIDA, and of course it's something welcome. And for a long time, we always talk about capacity building and tend to think of it in the context of telling you what you must do, rather than a sharing of experiences. As the previous panel was talking about collaboration, you end up finding that it's not a one-way street. There's exchange of ideas, even from the African side to the other side. It's not always that it has to be in one direction. And specifically, I would want to share about the SPIDER project, which myself, I have been a part of. And as Uganda Communications Commission, we've been participating since its inception as a pilot. And one of the things that was very unique about this particular program was that it was not setting the agenda or the subject for capacity building for you, but rather saying, I'm going to tell you all I have done and the journey I have moved, but I want you to look at what is it you want to do, what are the challenges you have that you're facing right now within your regulatory space, on the appreciation that you understand what challenges you're having, and then let us work with our experience to help you see how you can come up with solutions that address your local challenges. And that was a very attractive approach to us, in that we were extended not just to the expertise of our peer regulator, but also gained from the wide sector, because through PRIDA we're being given an opportunity to engage even with their market players. So it's not where I give you the good story of saying, as a regulator, we've done this and it's worked. You get to hear from the industry players who also give you their insight and their experience, and also the expectations from the side of the market, so that when you come back as you develop your solutions, you have that fuller context where you're not feeling disadvantaged, that you're being biased due to the information asymmetry by your local market players, but you have that objective insight right from persons who are also engaged in the market. So that was indeed attractive. And they work with you to make sure that there's a follow-through towards getting the solutions, and evaluate to see, okay, having done that, what then happens? So we do welcome such initiatives. We think there is opportunity. We've always argued about difference in level of development, difference in laws. However, it is the appreciation of it's a continuous learning process, and there's always something new to learn, and how we conduct that. Of course, in this case, we're even benefiting from the fact that the arrangement under SPIDER includes academia. They know how to deliver, the capacity building. So it's not just about us regulators sharing with each other information. Can you tell me how you did this process? And I give you an outline of the process. There's somebody to work with you, guide you, and even give you insights to other experiences around the continent. Of course, this has also been complemented by having access to services such as Kulen, so that there's a more rounded, when I get the database, I then have an avenue to get to the practical and the practitioners to understand and get an insight of their experience as we develop our own solutions. I know you're hard on time, so I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you very much for this introductory. You mentioned the two flagship projects we hear already since morning. The PRIDA is coming during the many interventions. So that's why it's my great pleasure to welcome also with us Ms. Solia Amazuzu, who is managing this project from the side of the African Union Commission. So I'm handing over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. It is my pleasure to participate in this panel. I would start by thanking ITU for extending the invitation to the African Union Commission, and also for creating this opportunity to discuss regulatory cooperation between Africa and Europe. As it was mentioned this morning by the EU ambassador, the digital transformation is on the top of the agenda between the cooperation between the EU and the AU. And it is materialized through several projects and initiatives, including PRIDA. So from our side, last year, we have adopted the digital transformation agenda for strategy for Africa. It is our common approach towards digitalization of our economies and society. And also it aims to serve as the framework that will enable us to facilitate discussion with our partners to effectively use the financial and human resources and also to avoid duplication of efforts. We have other initiatives such as the Digital Economy Transformation Task Force that has been set up in 2018. And we have a new project that was launched in 2020. It is the Digital for Development Initiative, which aims to support African countries to develop their digital transition plans. And we'll have the opportunity to discuss further on this. I think I will focus on the PRIDA project since it was mentioned many times this morning, and it is my area of expertise. So the project started in 2018. And I had the pleasure to have with me Irene for the first meeting, where we called all member states for a consultative meeting to discuss areas that needs or that requires continental harmonization, either policies and regulations. Since we have worked on two topics in 2020, namely the harmonization of licensing and authorization regimes, and also harmonization of data protection and the regulations frameworks. We tried to do kind of analysis of existing regional frameworks. We tried to identify the common principles in order to move towards continental harmonization. And also we developed the kind of harmonization tool that will help member states to measure the level of alignment of their national legislations or regulations to the regional and also to the continental one. Among the objective or the scope of the PRIDA project, also we have strengthened the cooperation, regulatory cooperation between national regulatory authorities and also regional regulatory authorities, because so far we have a good organization set up at regional level. We have seen this morning with IACO, with ARTAC, with CRASA, and also WATRA that covered many regions in Africa, except North Africa, which belongs to another arrangement. But we want to move towards more continental regulatory cooperation, because so far the regions, they work at the regions. There is some exchanges between the Association of Regulators, but we want to really to create space where regulators, they can discuss all the common issues at continental level. We are working on that. And also we have the possibility to provide kind of technical assistance to national regulatory authorities, namely to come up with corrective measures to enable them to align their national frameworks to the continental or regional ones. It is as a result of the harmonization exercise. And of course, we have the part related to international cooperation, where we aim to extend the cooperation to other regions. We have started exchanges with the BEREC, and we had our first meeting in September last year, where we just exchanged the views on the way we see this cooperation. And now we are moving towards identifying areas of cooperation, because we have noticed that we have same interests. We are also interested in connectivity and also creating an enabling environment for Africa Digital Single Market. We are working on that. So we aim this year to identify the areas of cooperation that will involve the regulators from both sides, from Africa and from Europe, to create joint working groups that will enable exchanges of best practices and also experiences. And also maybe we can get from feedback from the European side, because since they are more advanced than Africa in some aspects. And we aim really to materialize this cooperation and put it within the framework of the AU cooperation. It is what I can say for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this introductory. It depicts a nice picture of a lot of activities going on and a lot of interaction also between the both continents. So congratulations to these developments. And now let me move to our next speaker, Ulf Larsson, who is representing SPIDER, which was mentioned already today. But Ulf, I'm handing over to you for your introductory speech.
Thank you very much, Jaroslav. I hope you can hear me well. And thank you very much for this opportunity to be part of a distinguished panel such as this one. Looking very much forward to the discussions. So Ulf Larsson is my name. I work at SPIDER at Stockholm University. SPIDER is a center for ICT-related research and project and network coordination, and also for capacity building in cooperation with developing countries. And what I would like to do is to present an example of inter-regional collaboration through capacity building. We see the learning in the training part in this program to be mutual, and I want to emphasize that, as Irene did. Since 2016, the Swedish Post and Telecom Authority, PTS, and SPIDER has jointly hosted the capacity building program ICT Regulation, Policy and Practice. This is funded by the Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency, SIDA, and the vision is to contribute towards universal and affordable telephony and broadband services for good quality for the entire population. The program is an inter-regional collaboration between Sweden and 3 regions in Africa: the SADC region in the south through CRASA, the ECOWAS region in the west through WATRA, and the EAC region in the east through EACO. National regulatory authorities participate in the program by sending staff for a program round of about 9 to 10 months. And we have 2 rounds each year with about 25 participants in each, together with regional representatives. The program builds basically capacity around supporting the implementation of strategic projects by the staff of the national regulators. So the national regulators define projects that they send staff to implement through the training in the program. These projects, we call them change initiatives because they can stretch over several rounds in the program. The capacity building starts with a 2.5-week training in Sweden. And now this last year, we have had it to move online. And the first part of this training is that PTS shares their experiences of key thematic areas, such as consumer protection, broadband deployment, secure communication and spectrum management. And also an industry perspective on regulation is provided by the telecom company Ericsson and the former Swedish incumbent Telia. The second part of the training is focused on the supporting the change initiative that the participants are bringing with them to the training. This is done by expert meetings and also a project management module that is provided, together with discussions on inclusion and gender equality perspectives on the different projects that are presented. Then after the training, during the 9 months of implementation of the change initiative, the regional organizations, EACO, CRASA, and WATRA, provide regular support and can liaise with dialogue with the Swedish experts. This support can, from the regional bodies, has been testified to be very excellent support for the participants. So we appreciate their collaboration in the program. A follow-up meeting is held about halfway through the project, where we assess the progress of the projects. And then an evaluation meeting is held at the end of the round, where we are discussing how the change initiative can be developed further in future rounds. An alumni network has also been started and developing in order to build support for future collaboration between participants in the program. To summarize, we see this program as an example of inter-regional collaboration through capacity building, and the learning in the training parts is really mutual. PTS, SPIDER, and the other Swedish actors are learning much through the discussions, exchanges of experiences, and interactions with the African colleagues. And the focus on supporting the implementation of key strategic projects at the national regulatory authorities, that is the cornerstone of the project and the program. And this, together with the multi-layered collaboration between Swedish actors, national and regional bodies across the 3 regions, we see as the uniqueness of this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ulf, for these introductory remarks. It, I think, gives good understanding what SPIDER is and what type of the value gives, not only in the terms of the capacity building, but also networking and institutional strengthening of the institutional cooperation between the European and the African regulators. But let me now turn to our last, not least, speaker, Ms. Eleanor Sarpong, representing the Alliance for Affordable Internet. Eleanor, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Yaroslav, and thank you to ITU for this very important session. It's always great to see knowledge sharing between regions, because that is how we learn to grow and get the best examples across. So at the Alliance for Affordable Internet, collaboration is part of our DNA. Throughout this morning, I've heard about collaborative regulation and the importance of sharing ideas so that it's not a one-sided affair. And throughout, with A4AI, one of the things that we've been doing very importantly is that we have a set of good practices that helps to shape the way we engage with government, civil society, and private sector. And Europe has been a key contributor towards those good practices, because Europe has been an early adopter of technology, of the telecom space, and issues like spectrum management, licensing, right-of-way passage have always been, very importantly well developed, and that has been the good practices learned from that has influenced the way we shape the conversations with African governments. But when it comes to strategies, one of the things that we've learned in our line of work is that you cannot just take a strategy, a good practice, and go and transpose it in another country, because countries are very different within the context, the population, demographics, even geographies are very, very different. So if you take a country like Estonia, which is a poster child of e-governance in Europe, you would definitely, we admire what Estonia is doing, but you cannot just take Estonia's success and strategies and go and plant it in a country like, say, Ghana, which has 30 million people, which is multi-ethnic and very different in terms of development. So it's important to localize the kind of strategies that you're working on. And for us at A4AI, when we work with national governments, one of the things we've learned is that it's important for the governments to originate the ideas, the gaps that they've seen, the problems that they see, and we support them with research and also support them with either consultants, and also work together to convene, bringing together a very inclusive academia, civil society, private sector players, and policymakers in order to shape the kind of reforms they want to see in their policies and regulations. And this is very important, the kind of strategies that we are working on, because if a lot of companies, private sector companies tend to be European focused when it comes to the telecom space. So in terms of knowledge and sharing, they tend to have an upper hand when it comes to insights. And it's important that in these kind of convenings, there is a level playing field, there's an open market and open space for people to share ideas. And also one of the things that we've seen in our line of work is in the area of affordability. Generally, a lot of the countries in Europe have met the 142 affordability targets, which is great, compared to 15 out of 48 countries in Africa. So there are great ideas, lessons to learn from European countries of how they've been able to ensure that citizens have affordability. But one key component of internet affordability is the economic development of a country. So if people have low incomes and they are not able to their low income levels within a country, then they are not able to afford 1 gigabit of data. So in terms of affordability, we need to look at it holistically within the economic development of a country. And that is where I feel that the lessons from Europe in terms of how they address economic development generally holistically is one of the lessons that we can bring to Africa. So that ICT is not seen, or digital is not seen as a standalone, but it's seen as a whole of government approach. And in terms of the regulators that we use, we are not just dealing with one regulator, but we'll see how we can collaborate between regulators from utilities, from infrastructure or transport, from ICT sectors as well, so that the kind of collaborations that Europe has been able to achieve we'll be able to send those lessons across to Africa as well. Now, it's not a one-sided affair. Africa has also been able to develop in certain areas which has been of benefit to the rest of the world, like in the mobile money space. That is one area where in terms of regulations, mobile money has given quite a lot back to the world. And it's important that we share those ideas across board and see how we can leapfrog and develop further. So I'll end with two areas where I see opportunities for both Africa and Europe. It's in rural broadband connectivity. So the BEREC chairman talked about the fact that there are certain areas within Europe that are still not connected with internet. And if you look at Europe, there are about 78% of rural areas that are just covered with internet, compared to 6% in Africa. So the ideas for rural broadband access are going to be very important. The regulations that are needed for that will also be very important. And at FOII, we have developed the Rural Broadband Policy Framework in partnership with APC, CIPESA, Digital Economic Empowerment Foundation. And this framework serves to give 8 principles of how to expand rural access into various areas. And I think that would be a great framework that we could leverage on between the two continents. Another area I also see is in the digital usage gap. I see that within Europe, Europe has done quite a lot of work in terms of improving digital access for women. But in a lot of countries, there's still a digital usage gap. So whilst in Africa, you have about 85% digital usage gap, in other parts of Europe, you have quite the gaps across board as well. So women form 60% of the workforce, but only 17% are in the ICT space in Europe. So there's quite a lot of opportunity there as well. And that's where we in FOII have been working very closely with policymakers to mainstream gender into policy, working together on the e-skills for policymakers trainings that we've done across various regions, which has been very, very useful. And I think that the key lessons from there in terms of what kind of regulations, what kind of policies are needed in order to close the digital usage gap will be very, very important across board. And I'm looking forward to hearing more lessons on how we can close the digital usage gap and also improve rural broadband access and the kind of regulations that will help to foster these two. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lenore, for this introductory statement, which brings us to the end of the introductions. I think during the introductions, we learned a lot. You have depicted the way how your institutions are cooperating between the regions and how facilitating this dialogue between the both continents, providing support, but also learning. There is mutual learning always from every exchange. We learned also about the institutional commitments and cooperation frameworks, which are currently in the discussion. As we know, also there are some political decisions between the both regions, European Union and African Union, on strengthened cooperation. Africa is one of the priorities of the strategy of international strategy of the European Union, what we heard this morning. But we also heard about the power of the real work going on the ground with the projects which are supporting those collaborative efforts, and PRIDA and SPIDER efforts are one of the interesting examples if not the leading, worth investigating further. So let me turn first to Michel, and following with the same question to Sualia. Regarding the more institutional level cooperation between the regions, considering the example of PRIDA, what in your opinion could be additional way to formalize cross-regional collaboration between Europe and Africa on digital regulatory matters?
Thank you very much, Jaroslav. And yes, just to remind everyone that this PRIDA project has been launched three years ago, and it's a common initiative of EU and ITU as well. As I've already mentioned, in our strategy 2021-2025, we've acknowledged this initiative, and we are supportive. And in our work program for this year, we will also develop a midterm strategy in relation with our international activities. And with that, we'll try to have a more stable multi-annual planning of our international activities, including cross-regional collaboration between Europe and Africa. Now, coming back to your question, of course, we have to bear in mind that a collaboration needs expertise. And so that's the reason why we see this from the BEREC point of view as in relation with our core business, where we have developed this expertise over the years. And in our strategy 2021-2025, we have also identified 3 high-level strategic priorities. Promoting full connectivity is the first one. Supporting sustainable and open digital markets is the second, and last one is empowering end users. So coming back to the collaboration within PRIDA, one of the elements of collaboration where PRIDA focuses is this cooperation between the regulatory authorities in charge of telecommunications. And of course, we fully agree to work collectively towards developing a common understanding of the new digital paradigms, and as well as identifying trends and gaps in existing policies. That's for sure. But again, to make it really effective, we need to stick to our core business. This is the reason why in May and in June, there will be important meetings planned on identifying the areas where we could collaborate in an effective way. And if you allow me just a few minutes more, Jaroslav, thank you very much for that. We have from our side identified potential topics of collaboration based on the existing, but also the previous annual work program of BEREC for the last 5 years. And again, related to the high-level strategic priority we'll have, and where we need to identify that's the purpose of this meeting. We need to identify at least 3 topics of common interest. And again, on promoting full connectivity, we'll have, let's say, more traditional or classical items and more recent items. So an example of that is the interconnection offers and the minimum criteria for reference offers. That's a first potential topic. More recent is the impact of 5G on regulation and sharing experiences in 5G. Another more classical topic is the access and pricing to physical infrastructure and civil works. We know that civil works is a huge part of the deployment costs for the build out of broadband networks everywhere, and especially in Europe. Again, and maybe a more recent trend is the co-investment schemes and criteria to build this new generation broadband networks and infrastructure sharing mechanism, especially for mobile networks, but also the monitoring of the mobile coverage. That's for the first. Let's put it that way. The first package, the first high-level strategic priorities. Now on supporting open and sustainable digital markets, we have a more recent one. This is related to the work done by the European Commission on the digital markets. So the European Commission has proposed in December 2 draft regulation, one on Digital Services Act, more content related, and one on digital markets, that's more on competition issues and dominance. And on the last one, we have developed our knowledge, not only this year, but over the years for 2018 now. And this is certainly a very interesting area of potential collaboration. But we have also all this experience regarding the implementation of the open internet regulation and the net neutrality regulatory assessment methodology. This has been put in place for several years now, and also the way to collect data from OTT services. Last element on empowering end users, more technical or more general items, how to handle third-party payments. Charges on mobile phone bills is one of potential items, or the use of the E164 numbers in cross-borders misuse and frauds situation. This is also developing. And more general, the transparency issue and comparability of tariffs, and more specifically international roaming tariffs, or also the pricing of bundles, and last but not least, the equivalence of access for and choices for end users with disabilities. So this is just to give you a potential list. This is not a closed list, but this give you a first flavor what could be the area of collaboration within PRIDA. But I need to also stress that this work is done by experts within the expert groups, and so I would like to say that the enthusiasm is certainly, or may seems unlimited, but the resources are not limited. So this is something we need to take into consideration. But I'm really looking forward to the results of the forthcoming meetings in May and in June. Thank you very much for your attention, and back to you, Jaroslav.
Thank you very much, Michel, for depicting this. Is definitely, I think, the experiences of BEREC and all group of the regulators are of the high importance. Europe belongs to the regions which are flagship regions in terms of the harmonization of the regulatory frameworks, and there is a lot of knowledge base in the countries, but also at the regional platforms like BEREC. So let me now turn to perspective from of Sulia on this, and also ask the same question. In fact, what would you see as the additional way to formalize some cross-regional collaboration between Europe and Africa in digital regulatory matters?
Okay, thank you. So for us, ICT policies and regulations is one pillar of the digital transformation strategy. We are aware about the importance of regulations, because it is an evolving landscape, and also now it is marked by the convergence of services and technologies. And I heard this morning about the challenges raised by the African regulators, and from our side, we try to coordinate as a continental organization. Our role is to coordinate between all our member states and all the regional organizations and stakeholders, and to facilitate the work, because the regulations is specific topics, but we try to coordinate and to bring all on board to develop the regulations or to harmonize our regulations in order to respond to African needs and also to Africa context. When it comes to the cooperation between Africa and Europe, how to institutionalize this regulatory cooperation, I think it was mentioned that there is already an overall cooperation framework between AU and AU. And among the proposal for the new project that was launched last year, the Digital for Development, is to establish a policy dialogue yearly, every year or 2 times per year, a policy dialogue to discuss all digital related matters. I think we can think also about something related to regulatory discussions between the African and the European side. But I think from our side, we need to, because it's an area of cooperation. So we have already framework. We have identified the areas of cooperation that touches many areas, not only ICT, but if there is a need to include something on regulatory cooperation, I think we will work on that, but I think there is further work to be done at technical level to really shape this cooperation and to agree on the ways and means to establish this framework. And from our side, as I said, as a political organization, we will support this idea, because from our side, we try really to bring all the regulators from Africa on board and to hear from them, and in order to shape this cooperation. As it was mentioned from the BEREC side, we are now working on the identification of the area of expertise. From our side also, we are consulting with our regional association of regulators to see what are their interests in this cooperation, and we really look forward to have these exchanges and to create these joint working groups and between the African and European regulators, because now we started working with Association of Regulators, but after that we'll extend it to national regulatory authorities as they have the expertise, and also they are looking forward to get the feedback from BEREC and also from other organizations, because we want really to create that space to enable African regulators to exchange and to learn from other regions. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. So this is excellent, in fact, update from your side that this dialogue is going on, that the commitment of regulatory authorities and also the our associations is very positive in terms of fostering the discussions. I believe that with this dialogue which we have here, we are also trying to help to foster this collaboration. Collaboration and exchange, and we are very happy to discuss similar exchanges, what is happening these days. So now let me turn also to our two other representatives who are doing already the work on the ground. To Ulf and Leonore, these are the two examples of the initiatives which are building the bridges between the both continents in terms of the building the capacities, but also between the private sector interested in investing in other regions. So what are the main challenges encountered by your organizations like yours in implementing those initiatives? Do you see any kind of the obstacles or some items which should be addressed? So maybe let's start from Ulf first.
Thank you, Jaroslav. I will be quite concrete with a few points from some lessons learned on challenges with the program that we are doing. I think, as I mentioned, a key aspect of this program is that all the change initiatives or the projects that are developed within the program and that we are supporting, needs to be strategic projects from each national regulator. Now, the dialogue between the national regulator and us and the Swedish regulator, in order to make sure that we can deliver good support to each of the change initiatives that are proposed, that is a challenge, and that is quite a long dialogue that is ongoing between us and the national regulators. So I would say that the time aspect of that is a bit of a challenge, something we need to work into the development of our program in order to make room for the regulatory authorities and PTS to have a good dialogue. The second part is also to align the program rounds with the different budget years of the regulators, because as the regulators are planning their projects, and then when we invite to come to the program, that may not suit perfectly with the budget years. So this is something we also need to work further on in our dialogue with the national regulators to make sure that the invitations come in time so that they can plan for this within their budget year, so that the participants have the times they need to implement the projects. Those are two aspects that I would like to mention from our program.
Thank you very much for this, and definitely there is some space for addressing this and for sure making aware all regulators of such opportunities like offered by SPIDER might be helpful for planning of the availability of those capacities which has to be trained and engaged in the longer term. So we are looking forward also to this. But let me turn now to Eleanor, who with the A4AI is working very deeply with the private sector. So what are the obstacles and challenges which you encounter these days in Europe?
Thank you, Yaroslav. So we work closely with private sector, government, and civil society, all three as well. So one of the two key challenges I want to raise here. The first one is about expertise. So collaboration involves expertise. And expertise also comes with some cost. So in the countries that we've been working in, if you take Ghana, for instance, or in Nigeria, where a typical broadband policy planning phase takes about 3 years from the time from planning to implementation. So as you're working through the various coalitions, the meetings that you have, the interactions, we have the research that you need to be able to back some of the policy reforms that you're advocating for, that requires quite a bit of funding. And so one of the challenges that we have is that we cannot be in all the spaces all the time, and we require a lot more partners to come on board. So we're always looking for partners, Yaroslav, and this is a great panel, a great opportunity for us to reach out to other European governments. We've had a very fantastic support from the Swedish government through CEDA, who have helped us in funding some of the coalition and activities that we've been having as well. We also have we're also looking for reach. And one of the challenges we have is that we get a lot of invitations from national governments asking us to help them to change policy reforms in their countries. And we cannot be everywhere at the same time. So we're always looking for partnerships. And that's why we like the partnership we have with ITU. When we developed the Connecting Humanity report, for instance, that was a great partnership that we had with ITU on that. Also with the World Bank on developing the Moonshot for Africa report as well. That's something that A4AI worked very closely with the UN Broadband Commission and the World Bank on. And so we're always looking for partners and looking for regional reach as well. So we've signed an agreement with the Smart Africa Secretariat, where we'll be training policymakers and regulators. And I think that's a great platform. We've worked very closely with ECOWAS as well to try and influence and shape the way Universal Service Fund regulations and act is being done in the region. And such partnerships are what we are looking out for. And so I'll be very happy to see what we can do with SPIDA, what we can do with PRIDA, because there are so many ways of making sure that we reach a lot of regions and a lot of countries, and also share the synergies that we have and the lessons that we have in this space as well.
Thank you very much for this. Indeed, the partnership is the key, and we learned, and it's also with the Team Europe approach, that this is key in terms of the supporting the developmental work. So therefore, we are very much pleased that also the ITU can serve as the platform for facilitating those partnerships at the regional level, but also at the inter-regional level. Let me just draw attention to the recently launched, the newest edition of the digital regulation, a handbook developed by the ITU and the World Bank, which is offering extremely sophisticated set of the opportunities to learn about regulation with the case studies, and very shortly we'll have also the opportunities to engage in the special trainings based on this tool made available to the whole world, as well as the diverse activities delivered through the ITU regional initiatives, which are focusing on the enabling environment, engaging so many partners in fostering the discussion on the enabling environment. So we hope that with those, a lot of stakeholders will be able to join, to learn, but also to build the additional partnerships to really provide the necessary tools to close any kind of the gap. But let me now turn to our next speaker coming from Uganda. From your perspective, talking about the possible gaps, from your perspective, what more is needed, for example, from Europe to foster fruitful sharing of expertise and resources on ICT regulatory methods?
Thank you very much for that. And coming after Michelle and Ulf, they kind of alluded to many of the issues that I would see very key in that. As was already pointed out by Sohila, that the agency, the regional association level is very useful. We all know BEREC and how much work it's done. And we recognize that in Africa, we also have a number of institutions, starting from the African Telecommunications Union itself, and then looking at the various regional associations across the continent, CRASA, WATRA, IACO, and RSA, and the others. So in terms of, if we look specifically on what more can be done, I would say there's need for that engagement, and Ulf alluded to it in terms of appreciation of what are the issues you're dealing with. As I mentioned earlier, and not coming from the approach of, I know what you must do, but I need to be able to fit in within your plans and fit in within your context, because this especially promotes applicability. There is always that tendency for knowledge transfer based on what I think you need to do, to be doing. However, this affects the usability of the output, because then the recipient is not always at the same pace or readiness as the knowledge being provided. And as a result, you end up finding it fall through the cracks. I will listen to it, I will hear about it, I will enjoy it, I will learn, and then what comes from it. So I believe that this exchange of experiences and information between the regional blocks, as well as at regional, the actual regulators, needs to be to go beyond just having information passed on, but having information passed on for a transformative effect, so that at the end of the day, you do have an outcome to that exchange of information, that something comes from it. And this has been seen even within the continent, where among ourselves we may share information, but if a country, by virtue of its policy or other priorities, are not yet ready to go a certain direction, that information is well taken, but will never be acted on. And in the long run may actually be forgotten. So I think that is something very key if indeed we're to have effective exchange of information and experiences across the continent.
Thank you very much for this. So the point is very, very well noted. I think that this peer-to-peer cooperation and the coaching and taking a look at the real impact of the provided exchange of the knowledge is something what really wins on the importance recently. We don't want only to see the exchange of the information, but we want to see real use of the information or the best practice provided. And this is something what also in the ITU, we are working very closely with the countries to observe how the provided technical assistance reflects on the progress at the country level. So let's see at this in the future developments. But in this context, I believe that SPIDER is quite good at. And so what development potential do you see in this type of collaborative capacity building, in particular by SPIDER and PTS is hosting and providing to the African regulators? So, Ulf?
Yes, in our program and in our dialogue with both national regulatory authorities and the regional bodies, I think there are a couple of things that have come up as emerging or suggested needs to us and expressed. And one such thing is to have a support for new or emerging regulatory authorities of institutional capacity building. And that could be a program or a way of supporting the new and nascent regulators to build institutional capacity building to become more independent. That is a need that has been expressed. Another need that has been expressed is a workshop for key staff at ministries governing the work of the national regulatory authorities to help them build capacity on how the modern regulatory environment actually looks like. So those are two aspects that have been mentioned to us. And I would like to also mention a third, namely supporting the networking between regulatory authorities and civil society organizations and other groups, working on local settings to implement regulation for wider inclusion and for the benefit of all citizens. So see the networking. I think Eleanor is also into that very much. And I think that supporting of that network between the authorities and CSOs and other groups is another aspect. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ulf. I see that Eleanor wants to react.
Yes. Thank you so much. I'm so happy to hear Ulf mention the role of civil society in these conversations. And one of the key aspects of this kind of policy making and ensuring inclusivity is that often we see that the conversation is between government and private sector. So regulators would have a private sector around the table and civil society is missing. But the good thing about having civil society is because they are able to reflect the public and also bring in perspectives that you would not have accounted for. And so we found out that when we're developing the national broadband plan for Benin, we've had to have women's groups, for instance, who have been able to bring in perspectives about how the digital usage gap affects them. And this is something that you would not have noticed if it was just private sector and governments. And so it's very important to have civil society there to pick up some of the cues that you would not have you'd not have seen, and also to make the conversation more rich. But I just wanted to add two more areas that I think that we should consider in terms of collaboration on, and that's in the area of taxation, because we are seeing that increasingly there is pressure on regulatory authorities to look for revenue. And we see that the fiscal in the fiscal space, there is that experimentation of various ways of taxing, and some of these taxation is actually consumer facing. So I think that it would be great to find out how to have regulations that ensure that the needs of government is met, but then consumers are also protected in that space. And the raft of in the digital space as well, all these new taxation, platform taxation is one area that we need to look at very closely as well. So I think that if in the needs of the various regulations that we're considering, we should look at these ones, because this is a very important issue that is coming up. Another one is about the collaboration between various ministries and sectors. So typically, we would see that in the digital economy, we have digital economy ministries that are coming up, ICT ministries, but I want to see a lot more collaboration between, say, the ministries of finance, the ministry of roads and transport, the ministries of ICT as well, and in terms of the kind of regulations that are needed to ensure that there's a whole of government approach, because this is very, very critical to ensuring that the economic prosperity is not just left to one section or a sector alone, but it is being moved along, and the champion is coming right from the top, say from the president's level, and cascades down. Which it's going to be very important to see how we can use policy regulation to shape this.
Thank you very much for adding those very important items. I think everybody can agree with this, that multi-stakeholder character of the actions and engagement of diverse groups in the work is key these days. So thanks a lot for that, and also for drawing attention to the taxation issues. Dear colleagues, we have still a few minutes remaining. I think we learned during this session quite a lot in terms of how the institutional cooperation between the two regions is evolving and strengthening. There are already institutional foundations and very good developments which will be evolving soon. There is ongoing dialogue between the both regions, engaging diverse key stakeholders in this work. But I think at the beginning of his statement, at the end of his statement, Michel mentioned one word, which is COVID. And even though sometimes we are designing some cooperation framework, this type of the happenings like the pandemics, they are affecting the way how we are collaborating a lot. And this is the reason why I wanted to dedicate the last 7 minutes to a quick question. How do you perceive the collaboration in this context? Do you expect anything what would change this dialogue in terms of the perspective of the pandemics? We remember at the beginning of the 2020 when the COVID kicked off, and everybody was shocked. We started to ask all regulators with the Reg for COVID platform, how do they react? And how do they, in fact, provide any kind of the measures in order to ensure that we can rely on the resilient infrastructure? In this context, what do you see as the potential actions between the both regions which could appear and emerge from this perspective? And let me start from Michel.
Thank you very much, Jaroslav. As I mentioned earlier, we will try to have an overview of the best practices and the lessons learned from this pandemic. We know that there have been a lot of initiatives taken, not only by regulators, not only by ministries or by competent authorities, but also initiatives taken by operators themselves in order to ensure this connectivity. You pronounced the right word, the resilience networks, and this is something we absolutely need to preserve, and we need to get ready to another, I hope not another pandemic crisis, but another potential difficult situation like we have known for more than 1 year now. And this is something we definitely want to work on during this year. And as I already mentioned, we'll publish a draft report within a few months. And I think that this document can be relevant for other regions too, not only for Europe as well. And as I have the floor, I will also take the opportunity just to direct briefly on the last interventions. And we will see this cooperation with a total open mind. And of course, we have to be totally transparent and honest about what is working and what is not working so much. So we cannot say that we only know successful stories in Europe for the last 20 years. That's not correct. And just to take an example, and because Ulf referred to it, independence is a difficult topic, even now in 2021. And this is something we definitely would like to cooperate with our African colleagues. But this is very complex, and it is a kind of everyday struggle, even in Europe. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much, Michel. So let me turn now to the African Union Commission.
Thank you. I think from our side, we have noticed that the COVID-19 accelerated the adoption of digital technologies at continental level, because it helped us to raise awareness of decision makers, because before they didn't really realize the move towards the digital world, because some countries and some leaders, they were still somehow reluctant, but with COVID, it helped really to see that now technology is really well adopted by all countries, because it was like somehow the only way to ensure continuity of business. We expect from the future maybe a move towards more digitalization of services and also to content. But also at the same time, the COVID revealed to us that there is still the urgent need to think about the non-deserved areas like rural or remote zones that are not connected, because if you are not connected in times of COVID, it means that you are excluded. It means that you cannot have access to information, you can't have access to services. And I think it is one of the aspects that call upon all of us to work together with adequate policies and regulations to bridge this digital gap, and also to bring digital technologies or digital solutions to the front of our societies and economies. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this statement. And let me turn also to colleague from the UCC.
I'm glad you brought the subject of COVID and the very good work that BDT did. I think all of us realized how an information repository has even become more important, because everybody was clamoring for quick answers. You hear this and you're not very sure. So will it work? Should I also take that gamble? Typically, we talk about how you have to go through, a full regulatory impact assessment, or at least have some time to evaluate the information that, the strategy that you're looking at. And yet all of us were thrown into a situation very similar to what we have with the vaccines, where you need a quick solution and you don't have the traditional cycle time to be able to, to come up with solutions. So I actually highly commend the BDT for that initiative of the regulatory tracker, especially the one that was established in respect of COVID. And I see this as a start. Many of us were used to benchmarking, involving having to travel. Now, with us having all these meetings online, it's becoming more and more apparent that we are now going to also think new ways of how we engage in those activities. Do I need to actually physically travel to Sweden or another place to be able to get the insight I require? Is it that impossible then for me to have an engagement with BEREC in terms of the regulatory associations? Because now more and more I can participate remotely. I can have an engagement remotely. You can have sessions very similar to what we have, even for a workshop. So the opportunities that have been presented by COVID in terms of opening our eyes to what we can do are immense, but also pointing to the value of having that regulatory repository of information and experience sharing within the cycle. Yes, we have the GSR where every year we come and develop the good practices, and you can find the previous presentations and the like. Now, even those who would not typically put forward, you'd end up being able to find different countries that have done something you may be interested in or haven't thought about, and facilitate then therefore a follow-on engagement with the respective country, either directly or through the ITU, to be able to have that information exchange and therefore have that opportunity to leapfrog the development cycles of a regulatory solution. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much also for your kind words and appreciations for the work done in the context of the COVID. Just to inform you that just next month we'll be releasing the new paper on the pandemic in the internet age, from second wave to new normal, recovery, adoption, and resilience, where you will find the detailed analysis of 1 year after and how to build back. So we believe that there is still a lot to be done and a lot also to be worked on in terms of how to address the pandemics, and this might be also one of the inter-regional cooperation topics. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we're running a little bit out of time, but we have still two speakers, and I would like to also ask them the question related to COVID from their perspective, how they perceive this impacting their activities. So Ulf?
Thank you, Jaroslav. And I think the very good comment from Michelle and Sohaila and Irene, I echo a lot of that. One thing I would like to add to that is the need for discernment in the future to assess when it comes to capacity building, what parts do we actually need to meet in physically to build relationships and build trust between each other, and what can be done digitally. Discernment in assessing what parts to do digitally and what parts to do physically when we are able to again will be an important part for our program, and I think for other capacity building efforts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, Eleonora.
Hi, thank you so much, Jaroslav. And I really echo all the conversations and the sentiments that have been raised. Just like most of the other speakers have mentioned, COVID-19 for us at A4AI made our work very important. Suddenly, everybody realized that, oh, wow, not everyone is connected. A lot of governments started taking it a lot more seriously, because they started, when they asked their workers to go home and work from home, they realized they didn't have connectivity or meaningful connectivity. So it's amplified the need to have better policies that will be able to embrace and to connect everyone with meaningful connectivity. But one other thing that I see that is going to be very important going forward is the need for partnerships. Now COVID-19 has given us new tools. We have Zoom. Before then, we didn't really know about Zoom and any of these other platforms. And so we have more platforms now, which means that we have more ways of engaging, just like Irene mentioned. And I think we should be able to use that and give more people an opportunity to be able to engage, a lot more inclusivity in the way we make decision making. And also, when we talked about the platform, we also crowdsource a lot of the information. And I think it's important to encourage a lot more stakeholders to contribute and to share ideas. And so I think the way we have tackled vaccine development by coming together and partnering. I think we should do that for closing the digital divide and for also looking for ways of expanding regulation and harmonizing regulation across board. So partnership, definitely, and also a more inclusive way of collaborating. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much for these answers to the last question. This topic is very important to all regulators, and I think that you will see at the revamped portal on the rec for COVID with the new functionalities, a lot of new inputs, which are really can be seen as the big repository of different solutions, which are facilitating for sure the interregional and international cooperation in this context. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you very much to all our panelists. We learned really a lot, and I think we are leaving this session with a good understanding on the evolution of the cooperation between the both regions, and being also reassured that there is a big catalog of the issues which will be considered for being handled in the future. So one more time, thank you very much to the representatives from Europe and from Africa for being with us, and also thank you to the participants who were following us patiently and also considering some questions for the future. So thank you very much for this. And with this, I have a great pleasure to hand over the floor to Sophie Maddens, and the chair of the GSR 2021, and to talk about the very important outcome of the GSR, being the best practice guidelines. Sophie, I'm handing over to you while thanking to our speakers for being with us at this last session. So thank you very much. And Sophie, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And what a fascinating panel. Thank you very much, Yaroslav. So if we could have the presentation on the best practice guidelines up, and then also I know that Mercy is also online. So we learned this morning that Mercy is our wonderful GSR 21 chair. And one of the tasks of the GSR chairmanship is really coordinating the best practice guidelines. So Mercy will be coordinating, working together with the team on these best practice guidelines. To set out the process as well, the guidelines will be adopted by the heads of regulators executive roundtable, similar as we did last year on the 21st of June. And for the first draft, the deadline for contributions is the 14th of May, 2021. So it really is my pleasure to present to you this year's consultation, the process and the background for the best practice guidelines, which we've entitled Regulation for Digital Transformation, Accelerating Inclusive Connectivity, Access and Use. This year, again, as we saw, we have this series of interconnected regional and virtual events, allowing us to really listen, discuss, and learn from the regional regulatory perspectives. And these discussions have been absolutely wonderful. And look at the challenges and innovative solutions in the lead up to the global sessions and the adoption. So we really hope that, again, we will increase the inclusion and participation of the regulatory community as a whole, so that we can listen to voices, and Eleanor, voices from civil society as well, from regulators, from industry, in these critical discussions. These best practice guidelines are really an important outcome of GSR and have been for over 20 years. Last year, we celebrated our 20th edition. And you see the guiding light. These best practice guidelines are really the guiding light on topical issues to the regulatory community, for regulators, by regulators, listening really to the regulatory community. So we aim to achieve impact by these best practice guidelines, by achieving reach building capacity, helping to build that capacity and changing behavior so that together we can move towards effective policy frameworks, tools and approaches for market development and user well-being, digital for good and digital for development. Last year, and here is a challenge to all the regulatory associations and stakeholders. Last year, we were delighted to receive a good number of contributions. We basically had 17 individual contributions by countries, by regulators and policymakers, 3 contributions of regulatory associations and regional organizations spanning more than 60 countries, as well as contributions from civil society, industry players and associations. So we really want to challenge ourselves and achieve more, listen to the wider regulatory community across the regions so that we get the perspectives and that regulators have all perspectives when they agree on the best practice guidelines. So let's use this full advantage this new format of GSR so we can really listen to the voices and get the different perspectives. And we saw today in these fascinating discussions, European and African stakeholders have an incredible wealth of experience and expertise to share. And we really want to hear your voices so that we can reflect them in the consultation. Next slide, please. So we heard about COVID, we heard about digital first, digital transformation. So we really need to address emergencies and changes to markets and societies, address how to build back better, address how the lessons we've learned from the crisis. And we need to look at these lessons learned, and we may need to realign certain policies and regulatory approaches. We really believe that digital regulation can boost the readiness of digital markets to face such unexpected events that we've been in for over a year now and deliver up to expectations despite the odds. So that's why this year's guidelines are articulated around ideas, views, and experiences around 3 main areas: inducing new, effective, and agile financing mechanisms to digital infrastructure access and use, prototyping regulatory patterns for the post-COVID digital world, and transformational leadership to unleash the power of emergent technologies and business models. Before I give the floor to our GSR chair, just one small issue. Please do keep your contributions to a maximum of 3 pages so that we can integrate your contributions into the best practice guidelines. And I now have the honor and pleasure of handing over to Mercy to go into the detail of each of the core themes of the best practice guidelines. Mercy, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Sophie. And thank you very much to the over 100 participants who have stayed on. I'm sure you will all agree with me that today has been a very enriching engagement, listening to various ideas, views, and experiences. And I will now go into the detail. If you could go to the next slide, please. This slide addresses the first core theme of inducing new, effective, and agile financing mechanisms to digital infrastructure access and use. And in addressing this, we have a few questions that we would like to look at. If I could get the next slide, please, that sets out the questions. Some of the questions that we would like to explore and discuss really recognize that digital infrastructure and services have become the foundation of the digital economy and society and a powerful driver for development. So what are some of the pertinent issues? Some of the questions we will be exploring are there any new policy and regulatory tools that can be leveraged to trigger a multiplier effect on investment? Is there a silver bullet, indeed, for accelerating the rollout of ubiquitous connectivity? How can regulation improve affordability and enhance use? A very pertinent question. What regulatory incentives can stir the forming of a new financing model? What is the new role of policymakers and regulators with regards to building financing gaps? And lastly, how can new regulatory patterns help craft new breeds of partnerships? That would be the first slide of things. Next slide, please. Going to the second core theme on prototyping regulatory patterns for the post-COVID digital world. In this particular theme, we recognize that rising up to the market and societal changes, countries need to leap forward to the next level of policy and regulations with new approaches and the possibility of a new toolbox. If we could move to the next slide, please. And in exploring this second theme on regulatory patterns, we have curated a few questions that would help explore even deeper this kind of prototyping through questions. Is there a silver lining to the current financial hardship that is being experienced in digital markets? And if there is, what are the ideas and the experiences that we share? What new regulatory practices, tools, or initiatives can regulators introduce to solve investment conundrums? Are there innovative regulatory approaches that can unlock the power of new technologies? How can safe space for regulatory experimentation allow fine-tuning new business models and foster resilience? And last but by no means the least is, are regulatory sandboxes the answer to the high complexity of new digital technologies and services in reducing the time to market and in helping secure funding for broad rollout? You can see from this curation of questions, it really does lead us to exploring these issues at even greater depth. Moving on finally to the third core theme, which addresses transformational leadership to unleash the power of emerging technologies and business models. Next slide, please. In exploring this theme, we recognize that technology developments and economic disruptions in the aftermath of the global COVID-19 crisis are affecting policy settings in a very significant way. We have evidence of investment gaps, scarce available funding for digital infrastructure and services, and this is exacerbating the need to review policy and regulatory frameworks in very pragmatic ways and even consider options that take us beyond national boundaries or sectors. In exploring this third theme, we have about 4 questions. If we could move to the next slide. We have 4 questions which seek to explore this even deeper. And the questions are, is traditional regulatory action going to be increasingly matched with new co- and self-regulation channels? Is digital regulation multimodal by design? What mechanisms for collaborative governance are best suited to provide a holistic, agile interface for digital transformation? And lastly, how can the 5th generation collaborative regulation, G5, span geographies and markets, and in doing so, enable cross-border collaboration and coordination on some of the thorny issues that we continue to experience that are related to digital trade, taxation, data protection, data flows, Internet of Things, and artificial intelligence? These are very provocative questions. I think they will really push us to really think beyond what has been comfortable to address a situation that is far from comfortable. Indeed, this pushes us to be very creative, very ingenious with the proposals that we will come out. Listening to the discussions today, I'm very confident that we will come out with proposals that will be something to really think about as we move to the best practice guideline. So at this opportunity, allow me to open the floor so that we can receive any questions, comments, highlights as we come towards the end of this session. Thank you very much, and back to you, Sophie.
Thank you very much, Mercy. And I'm afraid we've already eaten into the wrap-up time, but I agree with you. thank you so much for encouraging contributions. It really is an opportunity. And as GSR chair, I'm sure you will help us in encouraging a maximum amount of contributions so that we really have the voices from around the world. With that, Mercy, thank you very much. Yaroslav, back to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair of the GSR. Thank you very much, Sophie, for this presentation. Just to reiterate one more time the call for engaging in this important process, because we are building together the outcome of the GSR, which will be used as the reference point by all regulators and beyond. So this is very important that all of us, we are on board for this exercise. And this brings me, unfortunately, to the end of our deliberations today and to the closing ceremony session of this meeting. I have a great pleasure to invite my colleague, Andrew Rugege, to provide a few thoughts from his side, from the side of the Regional Office for Africa. Andrew, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Yaroslav. And congratulations to all of you that led, facilitated, moderated excellent sessions today. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, colleagues, what a wonderful day we've had. I could never have imagined that in such a short time, anyone could do justice in earnest, discussing such a complicated but titillating topic as we did today, exploring regional perspectives on regulation for digital transformation, accelerating inclusive connectivity, access, and use. Very often, those two last words are left out, left unattended. Access and use. Connectivity is no good unless there is access and there is use. But as the saying goes, where there is a will, there is a way. And today, I saw the strong will of Africans and Europeans getting together to explore perspectives on regulation for digital transformation in both regions, each bringing their ideas to the table on how to accelerate inclusive connectivity, access, and use. Guided by Africa's vision of an integrated and inclusive digital society and economy in Africa that improves the quality of life of Africa's citizens, the African Union Digital Transformation Strategy has as its overall objective to harness digital technologies and innovation to transform Africa's societies and economies, to promote Africa's integration, to generate inclusive economic growth, stimulate job creation, erase the digital divide, and eradicate poverty to secure the benefits of digital revolution for social and economic development. We cannot hope to achieve this without the right enabling environment underpinned by policy and regulatory frameworks and best practices, as we've just heard, which we were discussing today. Today, we had, and there is empirical evidence in an ITU report entitled The Impact of Policies, Regulation, and Institutions on ICT Sector Performance. This report states that the regulatory institutional framework, which is composed of regulatory authority, one, regulatory mandate, regulatory regime, and competition model, is linked to a positive and significant increase in communication investment. We discussed a lot about investment, And I think this quote from this report underscores the importance of regulation if we are indeed to attract investment in our endeavors. We are here today focusing on Africa and Europe because we want to be on the same proverbial regulatory page that will enable us together to build digital markets where we are both suppliers and consumers of digital products and services for each other. Yes, I said suppliers and consumers because Africa does not intend to remain just a consumer. I'm glad to see that the Africa-EU partnership is strengthening. And thank you, Yaroslav, for the session that very, very much referred to the collaboration, in particular in the area of digital. I commend the EU that has taken bold steps through the Digital for Development Hub, D4D, Digital Economic Task Force, DETF, Team Europe, the Horn of Africa Initiative, as you heard, the GovStack, and others. And on their part, Africa operationalized the Africa Continental Free Trade Area in January 2021. Smart Africa is focused on creating the Africa Single Digital Market. ATU is convening member states in the digital space. And ITU, as the honest broker, is bringing together the African and European stakeholders in digital transformation for our continent. I'm proud to have presided over the harmonization of ICT policy and regulation in Sub-Saharan Africa initiative that we called HIPSA, and subsequently the policy and regulation initiative for Digital Africa PRIDA, which we talked about earlier, both supported by the European Union, which have been game changers in the African regulatory environment. I will continue to seek partnerships for digital transformation, and particularly in our flagship initiatives on connecting all schools, as Doreen said, GIGA, youth employment through our digital skills for decent jobs initiative with ILO, bridge the gender gap, the digital gender gap through African Girls Can Code, and others for emerging technologies, including 5G, artificial intelligence, blockchain, and others. Through our office in Europe, headed by my friend Yaroslav, discussions are underway with Brussels. And here in Africa, we have initiated conversations with the EU country missions. And I must say, they are going very well in the programming, in the 7-year programming that they are undertaking. Europe, our digital journey together is underway and gaining momentum. On behalf of the ITU Regional Office for Africa, I thank you most sincerely for your engaging participation. Let me end by thanking the interpreters, who I usually forget, and the colleagues, my colleagues, who worked tirelessly to organize this GSR Plus Regional Regulatory Roundtable for Europe and Africa. Once again, I salute you, I thank you, and bid you good evening.
Thank you very much, Andrew, for this closing speech. It has been definitely a very intense day of discussions where not only we were able to learn from each other with regards to the regulation of ICTs, but where we took a step forward in fostering collaboration between Europe and Africa, as you already mentioned, which is a very crucial topic as emphasized this morning by the high-level delegates of both regions, as well as our BDT director, Ms. Doreen Bogdan. We are very much pleased that today, with these 4 sessions, where we addressed many topics, we are able also to welcome with us over 280 participants, in addition, joined by over 150 followers through the live stream. So I think this topic of the collaboration between both regions is really on the top of the agenda of many institutions, and it's winning a lot of attention of the public sector, but also private sector, civil society, academia, international organizations, and the others. Today we have, during the 4 sessions, addressed a lot of different issues, but we concluded also on the need for the harmonization to tackle the common challenges. It's also addressed how to foster the dialogue between the regional industry associations and regulatory associations, foster work between the regulators and member states, what are the concrete policy actions to unlock much needed investment in connectivity. In the Roundtable 1, focusing fact on investment, recurring topic throughout the day. In particular, the session addressed solutions that the countries deploy to foster investment while preserving competition, such as enabling infrastructure sharing and co-deployment, establishing universal service regulation, which reduces the turn and the cost of deployment where most needed. It also addressed the issue of COVID and how investment in backbone networks is also needed to satisfy demand in emergency time and beyond. In session 2, we addressed the collaborative regulation for inclusive connectivity and the importance of adopting the G5 framework, the 5th generation of regulation. We saw 2 countries from each region exchanging useful experience regarding collaborative practices at the national level. We moved to the session 3, taking a look on how to foster international, interregional collaboration between Europe and Africa in field of regulation, which addressed the need of strategic approach, engagement of the all stakeholders in this activity, and its implementation to address the challenges in sharing regulatory best practices between Europe and Africa and what more is needed. In the last session, we have seen how the best practice guidelines are an important process building towards GSR 2021, taking place in June. I invite you all to submit your contributions to this process to advance this year's topic of regulatory uplift for financing digital infrastructure access and the use. So let me use this occasion also and reiterate the call coming from Andrew for engaging in several flagship initiatives at the regional level proposed by the ITU, which is working closely with the membership and also the flagship initiatives of the BDT. And such a projects like FRIDA. Today we welcomed over 30 speakers from both regions who joined us today and advanced this discussion from the regional and most important cross-regional perspective, contributing to building the digital bridge between the Europe and Africa. Special thanks to our distinguished high-level speakers for the inspiring words earlier this morning. Madam Doreen Bogdan, Director of the Telecommunication Development Bureau, Mercy Vaniu, the Chair of the GSR, and one more time, congratulations for taking this challenge up. Also, the Ambassador Thomas Wagner, representing EU delegation at the UN in Geneva, Lucina Kone, Director General of Smart Africa. Thanks to all of these interventions, this event was able to advance the implementation of the ITU regional initiatives for both Europe and Africa, which contain the policy and regulatory component, and most importantly is focusing on creating the space for the practical implementation and creating of the projects to advance the operations for such an institutional cooperation between the both regions. Closing, let me express sincere thanks to all those who made this event possible today. Thank you to the Sophie Madens, Head of Regulatory and Market Environment Division in BDT and her team. Sincere thanks to my brother, Andrew Rugege, Regional Director of Africa, and his effective and efficient team. And also, let me be selfish and thank to my colleagues who are patiently working day by day and night by night to make this event happen. Also, our collaborators from the global services who are today with us. So also thanks to technical moderators, captioners, interpreters who are behind the scenes. And with this, let me thank to all of the participants who stayed with us until the end of this event. And you see along the numbers who are reconfirming the importance of this dialogue and the importance of continuation of this dialogue and the implementation which impacts the both regions. So we look forward to seeing you at the GSR 2021 in June. However, we are drawing also your attention to the other regional regulatory dialogues happening in the context of the GSR, and then more information about those dialogues you will find on the website of the GSR. With this, we would like to thank you very much for your attention and wish you pleasant evening and the rest of the day. Thank you very much and see you very soon on the nearest occasion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.